Chapter 1616, Gu Jian. Chapter 1616, Gu Jian. Ask for directions. The two unicorn men with maroon skin exchanged a look, and one of them immediately laughed. It's easy if you want to ask for directions. If you can defeat the two of us, my brother, and I will tell you everything we know no matter what you ask. Oh! Jian Wushuang was shocked. He was only asking for directions, but he had to first defeat the two of them. Jian Wushuang, there are many special tribes in ancient God land, and most of the special tribes are extremely valiant. No matter what happens, they speak with their fists. The two of them are top universe gods too. They saw that they were on the same level as you are, so they wanted to fight a battle with you, King of Venomous Worms explained. I see. Jian Wushuang understood, and he said with a smile, If so, please go first. My brother and I. You pick one, the unicorn man who was the elder brother said. There's no need for trouble. The two of you can fight against me at the same time, Jian Wushuang smiled. So arrogant, brother, as he has already said so. Let us team up and teach him a lesson then. All right. The two unicorn men with maroon skin reached a mutual agreement and immediately moved together. Just as they moved, hong, the earth instantly shattered. The two of them were originally 2 meters tall, but that instant they increased their height to 12 meters tall. Just like two mountains, they pounded at Jian Wushuang straight away. Interesting. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and moved. He appeared before a small mountain and punched casually with one first. The older unicorn man was burning with rage, and he clenched his fist and pounded fiercely. Bang! The size of two fists that weren't proportionate collided. After he let out a groan, the unicorn man with a mountain-like body suddenly rolled out. Jian Wushuang moved again, but appeared above the head of another unicorn man. He pointed with his index finger and pressed on his head. Lie down. The ground under the unicorn man suddenly sunk, and his body was pressed down by Jian Wushuang entirely. He couldn't move an inch. After a short duration, the battle ended. The two of you, do you admit defeat? Jian Wushuang looked at the two people before him. The two people resumed their original look of 2 meters tall. The two of them looked at Jian Wushuang in astonishment. Your strength is that strong? The older unicorn man exclaimed. My brother and I are members of Fire Demon Tribe. We, Fire Demon Tribe, are good at strength, and we are at the same level as you are. But when we met force with force, we were cornered by you. In ancient God Sanctuary, to be able to win against Fire Demon Tribe of the same realm, should only be ancient God and those ancient God with extremely pure bloodline. I am really an ancient God, Jian Wushuang admitted. So can you answer my questions now? Of course, mister. Go ahead and ask whatever questions you want, the older unicorn man said. In ancient God Sanctuary, many tribes spoke with power. Jian Wushuang's power was much stronger than theirs. They naturally admitted their defeat. I'd like to know where in the region of ancient God Sanctuary is this, and where is the nearest city? Jian Wushuang asked. In a short while, Jian Wushuang got the answer that he wanted. The two Fire Demon tribesmen left right after as well. Jian Wushuang, let's go to the nearest city, Guqing City, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded, and immediately went in the direction that the two Fire Demon tribe had given to go to the nearest Guqing City. Guqing City, one of the 9 ancient god cities, and most of the ancient gods in the city shared the surname Gu. Among the ancient god tribe, their surname was the symbol of their identity. There were many surnames among ancient gods, but there weren't many royal surnames that existed among the royal ancient gods. The surname Gu was one of the surnames of royal ancient gods. Guqing City was huge and crowded with experts. There were many experts from those special tribes, but there were a lot more of ancient gods. In Guqing City, there were more than 10 million ancient gods that resided there. The ancient gods with the surname Gu took up at least 50%. Jian Wushuang came to Gu King City. On the streets of Gu King City, Jian Wushuang could see many people shuttling to and fro. Some of the figures had a normal human appearance, some were ancient god bodies a few meters tall, and there were also various other tribes. By the side of the streets he saw lofty buildings. The buildings were huge. The ancient gods were tall and brawny after all. Jian Wushuang, as you came to ancient god tribe, give yourself an ancient god name. Otherwise, your name as Jian Wushuang will be strange, and you might attract attention inevitably, King of Venomous Worms reminded. Jian Wushuang nodded. He thought, and he had an idea. The ancient gods in Gu King City mostly have the surname Gu. So, I shall use Gu as my surname. I'll just name myself Gu Jian. Simple. As long as it sounds like an ancient god's name, it will do. King of Venomous Worms didn't care. Oh, yeah, I remember back when I met ancient god tribes back in Firmament Territory in Greenfire World. Most of them has the surname Gu as well. Their leader, King Gu Tong, was a 7-star royal ancient god. I wonder if they are related to Gu King City, Jian Wushuang muttered. As they are ancient gods with the surname Gu, they're definitely related to Gu King City, King of Venomous Worms said. If so, that'd be interesting. I wonder if I will run into those ancient gods in Gu King City that I met back then in Firmament Territory. Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it. Don't bother with that just yet. First, go and register for training examination of ancient god palace that happens every century, King of Venomous Worms said. Training examination of ancient god palace? What's that? Jian Wushuang was confused. Ancient God Palace is a place specifically for cultivating ancient god secret skills and massacre unique skills. There's 9 great king cities, and every city has an ancient god palace, and they teach 5-star and 6-star ancient god secret skill, and unique skill in ancient god palace. The lowest requirement to enter ancient god palace is 5-star ancient god that passed 3 ancient gods test. You happen to fulfill the criteria, King of Venomous Worms said. In other words, if I want to cultivate ancient god secret skills and unique skills that are suitable for my current level, I have to enter ancient god palace? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Besides ancient god palace, there is almost no hope to get any secret skill for a 5-star ancient god or above within ancient god sanctuary. Just like some ancient god tribe in ancient god sanctuary, they have some secret skills and unique skills for ancient gods internally, but the levels are too low. Understood. Jian Wushuang understood, and he walked into the ancient god palace of Gu King City. Chapter 16-17. 3 secret skills for unique skills. Chapter 16-17. 3 secret skills for unique skills. In the ancient god palace, at the place of registration for the examination. Your name, an old married woman sitting behind a desk said. Gu Jian, Jian Wushuang said. Which king do you wish to be under? The old married woman continued to question him. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, and he complained in his mind. King of Venomous Worms, you did not tell me that such a question would be asked during registration. I have not been to the ancient god sanctuary for so many years. How could I know the ancient god palace would change its rules? The King of Venomous Worms curled his lips and said. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders and took a deep breath. King Gu Tong. Jian Wushuang was unable to confirm whether King Gu Tong was a royal ancient god of the Gu King City. However, since he did not know of any other kings, he could only summon up his courage and try his luck. King Gu Tong! The old married woman raised her head and glanced at Jian Wushuang with surprise. However, she still wrote down the name Gu Jian on a jade bamboo strip. Take this jade bamboo strip and come back 30 years later to participate in the assessment. Thank you very much. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. After taking the jade bamboo strip, he left immediately. Looks like King Gutong is indeed a 7-star ancient god of the Gu King city, Jian Wushuang giggled. Perhaps so, the king of venomous worms said. Oh, right, king of venomous worms, you said that the secret skills and close-quarter combat, unique skills that are suitable for an ancient god like me to learn, are within the ancient god palace. However, what kind of secret skills and unique skills are there? Jian Wushuang questioned with curiosity. He had only come for the sake of the secret skills and unique skills. As such, he needed to have a basic understanding of the secret skills and unique skills. In the ancient god clan, the 3 secret skills and the 4 unique skills are best suited for 5-star, 6-star, and even 7-star ancient gods. The 3 secret skills are the thunder attracting skill, star destruction skill, and the moon picking skill. The 3 secret skills are known as remarkable abilities that can shake the whole universe. Back then, as an 8-star ancient god, my old master King Luozhen had mastered these 3 secret skills completely. Moreover, these 3 secret skills were one of the greatest powers that he relied on. As for the 4 unique skills, they are skills used specially for close-quarters combat. They are similar to those unique skills created by human beings by comprehending the power of Heavenway. However, the ancient gods are strong in terms of their bodies and the strength that they possess. As for the power of Heavenway, they have never really studied it. Hence, within the ancient god clan, there are very few people who are able to comprehend the power of Heavenway. Even if they were able to comprehend it, they would only be able to comprehend a general portion of it. However, even without the aid of the power of Heavenway, with just the unreasonable power of bloodline within their own bodies and these 4 unique skills, the clansmen of the ancient gods would not be weaker than a human being of similar realm. Moreover, they might even be slightly stronger, the king of venomous worms said. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang exclaimed in admiration. The ancient god clan possessed powerful bodies, which were their greatest advantage. However, their comprehension of the power of Heavenway was incomparable to human beings. In spite of that, even without comprehending the power of Heavenway at all, the ancient gods could also possess unparalleled abilities. Not only that, they could also achieve a level that could be compared to the human beings, almighties, and even emperor-level super experts. The finger-type ancient god unique skill that I grasped as a result of obtaining the memory of inheritance previously, is it considered one of the 4 unique skills? Jian Wushuang asked. That's right. The finger skill that you grasped is the ancient god's finger of the ancient god clan's 4 unique skills. However, what you have obtained is merely the first 6 fingers of the ancient god's finger. Under normal circumstances, a 6-star ancient god would be able to use these 6 fingers. However, there are still 3 final fingers remaining for this finger skill, and they can only be used by 7-star ancient gods, the king of venomous worms said. As expected, there are 3 stronger fingers. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up. Among the unique skills of the ancient god clan, he had quite a good understanding of the ancient god's finger. Moreover, the ancient god's finger was indeed powerful, and it even became Jian Wushuang's strongest attack move at one point in time. However, within the ancient god clan, there were still 3 other unique skills and the 3 secret skills which could be compared to the ancient god's finger. As he thought about it, Jian Wushuang started to feel excited. I have to pass that assessment 30 years later and enter the ancient god palace. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly. For the 30 years, Jian Wushuang had stayed within the Gu King city and trained quietly. To Jian Wushuang of that very moment, 30 years' time was just a split second and it would be over quickly. In the ancient god palace, there are hundreds of figures standing on the drill ground. There were males and females among the figures. However, their physiques were big in general. Jian Wushuang was within the crowd as well. Compared to others, his body was obviously a lot smaller. Isn't there a lot of people? Jian Wushuang was looking at the surrounding people. All those people were ancient gods. Moreover, They were 5-star ancient gods who had cleared the ancient god test of the third heaven. Hence, in terms of realm, they were the same as Jian Wushuang. Swoosh! An indifferent man, who was above 5 meters tall and glowing with silver light, appeared in front of everyone. The indifferent man was a 6-star, silver-armored ancient god, and he was equivalent to a real god of human beings. Moreover, he was an eternal real god. The assessment this time around will consist of 3 stages. Those who are able to pass all 3 stages will be able to stay in the ancient god palace. As for failures, you can come back again after 10,000 years. The indifferent man's voice spread across the crowd. All the ancient gods on the martial arts training ground could not help but clench their fists. The ancient god assessment. Although it would be held once every 100 years, if the participating ancient gods failed the assessment this time around, they would have to wait for another 10,000 years before being able to participate in the assessment a second time. That was the ancient god palace's rules. Jian Wushuang, let me remind you that this is the ancient god clan, and you are participating in the ancient god assessment. Hence, during the assessment later, you had better not use your divine power as well as the comprehension of the power of Heaven Way. You have to use only ancient god power and techniques of ancient gods to pass this assessment, the king of venomous worms said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Now, let the first assessment begin. The indifferent man's voice spread throughout the area. The expressions of all the ancient gods on the martial arts training ground became serious, and they were also extremely nervous. However, the indifferent man only announced the start of the first assessment, not its content. At the moment when all the ancient gods were feeling puzzled. Rumble. A frightening power exerted pressure on everyone. The power contained pressure from an extremely pure bloodline, as well as aura, and it was placed on top of everyone like a lofty mountain. The real gods on the martial arts training ground were under great pressure from the weight, and some of them were caught by surprise. Hence, 4 of them crouched down straight away. By crouching down, they had failed the assessment. What powerful pressure! This pressure should be released by top 6-star ancient gods, which are equivalent to chaotic real gods of the human beings. Moreover, the bloodline of this ancient god is extremely pure, and he should be a gold-armored ancient god, Jian Wushuang said. As the people present were only 5-star ancient gods, they naturally had difficulty resisting the pressure released by a top 6-star gold-armored ancient god with his full power. Chapter 1618. Beating the Drum 24 times. Chapter 1618. Beating the Drum 24 times. In the martial arts battlefield, many ancient gods were overwhelmed by the great pressure, but they didn't give up. Jian Wushuang also appeared to be struggling, but he was actually faking it. With his strength and mind power, Jian Wushuang could easily handle it, even if a 6-star silver-armored ancient god released the pressure solely toward him. To him, it was like a piece of cake. Bang! Many competitors fell down. Just a moment later, half of the ancient gods failed the game and quit. The rest of the participants, except Jian Wushuang, were all struggling with great difficulty. At that moment, the great pressure dissipated all of a sudden. All of the competitors felt relieved. They were so tired that they laid down and panted heavily. Jian Wushuang was still standing and appeared red in the face. There was only one person still standing in addition to Jian Wushuang. He was 2 meters tall and had eyes filled with golden light. The man was looking at Jian Wushuang curiously. He is the only one who is standing as I do. He seems highly strong, the young man muttered. The first round of the game has ended. Competitors who have passed can have a rest for half an hour, and the second round will begin. A powerful god was presiding over the game. The people who passed the first round of tests on the battlefield immediately took time to recover. After half an hour, the ancient gods had almost restored their power to their peaks. At that time, The 8 ancient gods carried a huge drum and slowly walked towards the battlefield. The drums? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. This is Myriad Beast's drum, the unique drum of the ancient gods, King of Venomous Worms said. Except Jian Wushuang. Other competitors apparently had a clear idea of what the drum was. I don't think I should say anything more about the second round, given that you are all familiar with Myriad Beast's drum. Every candidate goes to beat the drum one by one, and he beats as many times as possible, the god presiding over the game said. The first ancient god came forward. Bang, bang, bang. The ancient god beat 3 times in the beginning, and the sound was thunderous. Then he apparently slowed down, but kept going. After 12 times, the ancient god tried to knock again, but this time when the drumsticks knocked on the drums, there was no sound. It is not a good performance, King of Venomous Worms commented. Oh. Jian Wushuang wondered how much he could achieve. He didn't think that the drum was easy to beat. After that, one ancient god after another came forward and knocked on the drum, but most of them beat only 13 to 18 times. The best candidate was the 2-meter-tall young man, who beat 21 times. The first ancient god to beat over 20 times. After the young man beat 20 times, the host could not help but nod at him slightly to show his appreciation. Finally, it was Jian Wushuang's turn. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang came in front of the drum. Jian Wushuang, the Beast King drum, is not uncommon in the ancient god sanctuary. Not only the Gu King city, but also some of the ancient god tribes have the existence of their Beast King drums. So these participants must have beat the drum many times. They know how to control the power properly, but you are different. It is the first time for you to beat the drum. So spare no efforts to beat the drum by using your ancient god power. Okay, Jian Wushuang nodded. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang took the drumsticks and started to generate his ancient god power. Boom! The first time Jian Wushuang beat the Beast King drum, he realized that he couldn't act as coherently as the other ancient gods. After only one stroke, he had to pause for a while, but the drum put out a heavy sound. He felt a great resistance force when he was beating. It seems that I have to counter the great force in order to beat the drum. Hey, 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 hey. After 4 consecutive beats, Jian Wushuang felt that the resistance was getting stronger and stronger. Just do your best. Jian Wushuang then generated his ancient god power to the limit, followed by several sounds of the drum beating. The drum was resounding in this martial arts field. After a while, Jian Wushuang had beat for 20 times. The resistance of the drum had reached an extremely high level, and Jian Wushuang had to admit that he couldn't use his power properly. In fact, I once beat the Beast King drum when I didn't have that much ancient god power, and I know that I don't need to use so much ancient god power. At least 50% of my power is wasted. Jian Wushuang shook his head smilingly, but he didn't care that much actually. Anyway, he continued to use the rest of his power to beat the drum. Hey, 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 hey. Another 4 beats. When the 5th beat was made, Jian Wushuang was completely exhausted. The drumsticks tapped on the drum, but there was no sound. Jian Wushuang's final result was 24. Jian Wushuang, with the high purity of your blood lineage and the ancient god power you have, if you knew how to use your power properly and didn't waste so much power, you could have completely finished beating even 30 times. King of Venomous Worms said, Haha, indeed, but it doesn't matter as long as I can pass this game. Jian Wushuang smiled. Many ancient gods participating in the game, including the youth with golden eyes who had beaten the drum 21 times, all widened their eyes and looked at the sword with amazement. Chapter 1619, Undying Demon Ape. Chapter 1619, Undying Demon Ape. 24 sounds. This person actually sounded the Beast King drum 24 times. His ancient god power is so thick and rich. Moreover, his bloodline is definitely extremely pure. The ancient gods around the area were exclaiming with admiration. It should be known that the golden-haired youth, who was the strongest among them, had only managed to sound the drum 21 times. In addition, it would get even harder to sound the Beast King drum the more times it was sounded. Where did this person come from? Why have I not heard of him before? The golden-haired youth frowned. Even the indifferent man who was hosting the assessment glanced at Jian Wushuang and smiled at him. Not bad. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. In a split second, the second assessment was over. Anyone who had managed to sound the Beast King drum at least 16 times would be able to enter the third assessment. With that, the ancient gods in the assessment were reduced by more than half. In the end, only 10 ancient gods remained for the third assessment. Amidst these 10 ancient gods, the most dazzling person was naturally Jian Wushuang, followed by the golden-haired youth. We shall rest for 2 days so that all of you can recover your ancient god power. The third assessment shall begin 2 days later, the indifferent man said. The 10 remaining ancient gods then started to recover their ancient god power immediately. After all, they had exhausted all their ancient god power to sound the Beast King drum moments ago. Under normal circumstances, the ancient gods would definitely be unable to recover their ancient god power fully in 2 days' time. However, the ancient gods present were top 5-star ancient gods who had cleared the ancient god test of the third heaven. Hence, they had been recognized by the plenilune. By relying on the plenilune inside their bodies to recover their power, they would definitely be able to achieve their peak within 2 days, or even less than 2 days. At the same time when they were recovering their ancient god power, the golden-haired youth came beside Jian Wushuang. I am Gu Zhen, and I am under King Gu Yi, the golden-haired youth introduced himself. Gu Jian, and I am under King Gu Tong, Jian Wushuang said. King Gu Tong, the golden-haired youth revealed a surprised expression. You are a clansman of King Gu Tong? That's right. Is there a problem? Jian Wushuang said. No problem. It's just that I did not expect that among the clansmen of King Gu Tong, there would actually still be an outstanding clansman like you. Gu Zhen gasped with admiration. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang's expression changed. He could tell that the clansmen of King Gu Tong who he had mentioned seemed to be in a bad situation. It's really impressive that you are able to sound the Beast King drum 24 times. Among the 5-star ancient gods in the whole Gu King city, there are probably very few people who can compete with you. However, sounding the Beast King drum merely requires the richness and thickness of the ancient god power as well as the purity of the bloodline. It is not really affected by our own fighting capabilities. Gu Zhen stared at Jian Wushuang. If nothing goes wrong, the third assessment later on should be actual combat. If there is an opportunity then, let's have a fair competition. Gu Zhen's eyes were filled with excitement, and there was a fighting intent hidden deep inside his eyes. It was obvious that he did not feel that he was not as outstanding as Jian Wushuang. All right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head while laughing. 2 days' time passed by in a flash. Everyone had made a full recovery, and they were at their peaks. The eyes of the indifferent man who was hosting the assessment looked around the surrounding, and his voice was extremely loud. The third assessment is actual combat, and your opponent is over there. Under the guidance of the indifferent man, the participants saw a few ancient gods carrying a giant iron cage together, and they were walking toward the martial arts training ground. Upon arriving at the martial arts training ground, the ancient gods removed the black cloth on the cage and revealed the 3 humongous animals within the cage. For the 3 humongous animals, each of them was at least 100 feet tall. Moreover, their entire bodies were filled with pitch-black hair, and they looked like giant apes. However, they had a total of 4 arms, and every arm was unusually thick. These are undying demon apes. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's head. I did not expect the ancient god palace of the Gu King city to actually use undying demon apes as your opponents for the assessment. This is going to be interesting. The indifferent man at the center of the martial arts training ground continued to speak. All of you will take turns to fight against these 3 undying demon apes. You have 10 breaths time. As long as you are able to defeat these 3 undying demon apes within this time limit, you will pass this assessment. Now the first. One ancient god walked up immediately, and in no time, he started to fight against the 3 undying demon apes. As soon as they fought, Jian Wushuang could tell that although the 3 undying demon apes had extremely big physiques, their abilities were not strong, and they were similar to top universe gods. However, when the 3 undying demon apes unleashed their powers, they would at most be slightly stronger than a top universe god of the 3rd heaven of the human beings. Moreover, the 3 undying demon apes had never touched the power of heaven way before. Hence, their close-quarters combat techniques were sloppy. The undying demon ape is a weak clan, right? Compared to other special clans, it seems to be a lot weaker, Jian Wushuang murmured. Jian Wushuang, you're wrong. The undying demon ape is not a weak clan. On the contrary, it is a top clan. Within the ancient god sanctuary, apart from the ancient god clan, there are the 8 top clans which are considered the strongest. As for the 8 top clans, the undying demon ape clan is one of them, the king of venomous worms said. Top clan? Even though they are clearly not strong? Jian Wushuang said with surprise. Indeed, they are not strong. However, they possess special abilities. Just wait and see, the king of venomous worms laughed. Jian Wushuang observed thoroughly. At that very moment, the ancient god in the battlefield struck the head of an undying demon ape with a very big fist of his fiercely, and his unreasonable strength smashed the head of the undying demon ape straight away. Under normal circumstances, when the head was smashed, the being would be completely dead. However, after some time, the head of the undying demon ape regenerated. This is, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide, the undying demon ape. Could it be that they have the ability to not die? Not die? That's not true. Jian Wushuang, as an inverse cultivator, back then when you were at the stage of eternal realm, wasn't the ability that you possessed immortality as well? Although the special ability of the undying demon ape is slightly inferior to your immortality, it is still very close to it. Thus, if you want to kill an undying demon ape, unless you use a great technique to annihilate its body completely, otherwise it will regenerate quickly, the king of venomous worms said. I see, Jian Wushuang exclaimed with admiration. He finally knew why the undying demon apes were known as one of the top clans. Their undying ability was really a bit too frightening. With such an ability, the 3 undying demon apes, which were top universe gods, would be fine as long as they did not come across experts that were at the level of top void real gods and above. However, if a normal void real god were to come across the undying demon apes, it would be very difficult for the void real god to kill them. Since the undying demon apes' ability to remain alive was so strong, they would continue to multiply and their numbers would naturally increase. As they continued to grow, they would be able to become a top clan. 10 breaths time is up. The indifferent man who was hosting the assessment shouted. With that, the battle stopped straight away, and the ancient god who fought first walked down with his face filled with bitterness. Chapter 1620. Pass the test. Chapter 1620. Pass the test. Next one. The 3rd round of tests continued, and each ancient god went up one by one to fight the 3 undying demon apes. Although undying demon apes were not so strong, they still posed a great challenge for the ancient gods, as participants could beat them within 10 breaths. Soon more than a dozen ancient gods had taken the challenge, but only one person had passed the test. At that time, the youth with golden eyes appeared. Gu Jian, let's have a competition and see who can beat those apes in the shortest time, Gu Jian also said to Jian Wushuang before he took the challenge. Okay, Jian Wushuang responded with a smile. Gu Zhen was obviously stronger than other ancient gods who had participated in the test, not only in terms of purity of his blood, but also in his fighting skills. In just 6 breaths, the 3 undying demon apes were defeated by Gu Zhen. 6 breaths. Gu Zhen was obviously quite satisfied with his performance. "It is your turn, Gu Jian." Gu Zhen walked down and looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang smiled and went up. The 3 undying demon apes' eyes were full of aggression and endless hate when they stared at the sword. They were imprisoned by those from the ancient god clan and had suffered humiliation. They were therefore resentful to ancient gods from ancient god clan. Therefore, every time they fought against the ancient gods, they all tried their best to kill their enemies, but always failed. "Jian Wushuang, you can use your ancient god power to defeat them," King of Venomous Worms suggested. "Yeah," Jian Wushuang agreed. "Get started," the host announced. In the blink of an eye, 3 undying demon apes rushed straight toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang calmly generated his great ancient god power into his right index finger. Ancient god's 4th finger, god test. He pointed his powerful index finger to the apes. Bang! The surrounding space was smashed and the whole universe went dark. In the darkness, a giant finger came into existence from the distant sky. Everyone was shocked. Is it ancient god 4th finger? Even the prominent judge was surprised and frowned. Generally, cultivators could only learn the unique skill of ancient god finger in ancient god palace in 9 great king cities. Though several ancient god tribes also had this unique skill, they had no more than the first 3 finger skills. However, Jian Wushuang used the 4th one. Has he learned the skill from the ancient god palace? The host wondered. The giant finger that had the power to ruin the earth stretched out, and Jian Wushuang used the finger to attack undying demon apes, who couldn't resist at all. In an instant, 3 undying demon apes were torn apart by the terrifying power. The power of this finger finally fell completely, the battlefield calmed down, and the undying demon apes began to recover. "Okay, just with my ancient god power, I can't kill these 3 undying demon apes," Jian Wushuang said. But he didn't care. He had successfully finished what the game had required. As for the time spent, only a breath. Yes, Jian Wushuang had defeated the 3 undying demon apes only with a 1 breath's time. Gu Zhen felt mixed feelings when he saw Jian Wushuang's performance. "I thought that I was good to beat the undying demon apes with 6 breaths, but this guy used only 1 breath, and he is even able to use the ancient god 4th finger. How is it possible? How did he get this skill?" Gu Zhen was confused. Soon, the 3rd round of tests was completely over. Among the hundreds of ancient gods participating in the test from the beginning, only 4 people had passed all the 3 rounds. Jian Wushuang was among them. "That is to say, I can go to the ancient god palace to cultivate the 3 secret skills and 4 unique skills there, right?" Jian Wushuang was excited. "It is supposed to be like that, but—" The voice of King of Venomous Worms suddenly changed. "What's wrong?" Jian Wushuang frowned, but the next moment he immediately felt a strong power. Other ancient gods in this martial arts field had also noticed the coming figure. He was a bald man in a long robe. The bald man showed his ancient god body. He was 5 meters tall, and his body was covered with a layer of dark golden light. The most eye-catching characteristic was the bald man's eyebrows, between which there were 7 stars. 7-star ancient god. Many of the ancient gods were shocked, and they gathered to bow to the 7-star ancient god. He overlooked the ancient gods in front of him and found the youth with golden eyes and spoke. "Gu Zhen, my dear king." Gu Zhen immediately came forward to show his respect. The bald man was King Gu Yi. "Have you passed the test?" King Gu Yi asked Gu Zhen. "Yes," Gu Zhen nodded. "You are the best." King Gui asked. Gu Jian immediately shook his head. I am not the best. The best is Gu Jian. Then Gu Jin pointed to Jian Wushuang. Then King Kui glanced at Jian Wushuang, but the moment he looked at Jian Wushuang, he was surprised. And in front of a 7-star ancient god, who was comparable to the mighty, Jian Wushuang was a little bit nervous. Jian Wushuang, I think you are in trouble now, King of Venomous Worms said to Jian Wushuang. Little guy, show your ancient god body, King Gui said to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was surprised by the requirement. So were others. Others realized that they didn't see Jian Wushuang's ancient god body when he was beating the drum or fighting the apes. Do as he said, Jian Wushuang. It's now hard to hide your power, King of Venomous Worms said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, and his figure also exploded in the next moment while his skin turned dark. He started to show his power. This is Royal Ancient God. Many ancient gods were shocked when they felt the power of Jian Wushuang. Even King Gui was surprised. This breath is the human god bloodline. Chapter 1621, Not Acknowledged. Chapter 1621, Not Acknowledged. Royal Ancient God. No wonder he's so remarkable. Another royal ancient god has been born in the Gu King city. Many ancient gods on the martial arts training ground looked at Jian Wushuang with respect. The ancient god clan had always revered those with abilities and specific bloodlines. Under normal circumstances, a gold-armored ancient god was considered the highest level of ancient god bloodline. As for a royal ancient god, there were not many of them in a great king city. If they were to grow up in the future, they could definitely become the king of a faction. Hence, the birth of every new royal ancient god would be a joyous occasion within the king city. As such, the ancient gods present were also delighted, except King Gui, whose face did not have any slightest bit of happiness. Instead, his face was ice cold. He was a 7-star royal ancient god. Hence, he was a super expert who was strong enough to compete with the almighties of the human beings. While other ancient gods could only tell that Jian Wushuang had the bloodline of a royal ancient god, King Gui could tell that Jian Wushuang also possessed the bloodline of a human being. In other words, Jian Wushuang possessed a bloodline mixed between ancient gods and human beings. I did not expect someone among the people with a mixed bloodline of ancient gods and human beings to actually be able to awaken a royal ancient god bloodline. King Gui was staring at Jian Wushuang. After hearing what was said, the ancient gods present were shocked. Mixed bloodline? Gu Jian possesses a mixed bloodline? Moreover, it's a mixed bloodline with human beings? A mixed bloodline has actually become a royal ancient god. The ancient gods present, including the golden-haired youth, started to change the way they looked at Jian Wushuang. Gu Jian, right? King Gui looked down at Jian Wushuang, and his eyes were cold. You can go back now. Go back? Then the ancient god palace. Jian Wushuang frowned. A mixed bloodline like you wishes to go into the ancient god palace? King Gui gave a cold hum. The eyes of the surrounding ancient gods were filled with coldness as well. As expected, the king of Venomous Worms sighed. After so many years, the rules of the ancient god palace have not changed at all. King of Venomous Worms, what is going on? Jian Wushuang questioned. Jian Wushuang, I told you before that the ancient god clan reveres the bloodline. Moreover, the purer the bloodline, the more respected they are. If you were a pure royal ancient god, not to mention joining the ancient god palace, it would also be easy for you to build a lineage that belonged to you. However, it's a pity. Not only do you possess the royal ancient god bloodline, you are also a human being. Hence, you are a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and human beings. Within the ancient god clan, this kind of bloodline is not acknowledged. The king of Venomous Worms said, Not acknowledged. Jian Wushuang was stunned. That's right. It does not matter whether it is a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and human beings, or a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and other clans. As long as the bloodline is not pure, and thus incomplete, the person will not be recognized by the ancient god clan. Moreover, the ancient god palace has had a rule since a long time ago saying that mixed bloodlines will not be able to enter the ancient god palace. The king of venomous worms continued speaking. As I left the lineage of ancient gods for too long, I do not know whether the rules of the ancient god palace have changed. Hence, I decided to let you participate in the ancient god palace's assessment. If the rules have changed, that would be best, as you would be able to enter the ancient god palace openly to cultivate the 3 secret skills and 4 unique skills. However, if the rules have not changed, you can also fake your way in. After all, it is impossible for a normal ancient god to notice your mixed bloodline except for 7-star ancient gods and above. Moreover, there are also very few 7-star ancient gods in the Goo King city, and under normal circumstances, they should not be concerned with the matters in the ancient god palace. Therefore, I decided to let you sneak into the ancient god palace to get your hands on the secret skills and unique skills. After getting your hands on these skills, we can leave immediately, and those 7-star ancient gods might not take notice at all. Even if they were to realize it, they could only give you some punishment best, and you would just have to take it. That is what I thought. However, who would expect you to be discovered by a 7-star ancient god even before sneaking into the ancient god palace? Is that so? Jian Wushuang was surprised. Then we can only leave now, right? Leave? Humph. Since you have passed the assessment, how can we leave so easily? The king of venomous worms said with a cold voice, since we are unable to enter the ancient god palace to cultivate those unique skills and secret skills by normal means, we can only do it the hard way. The hard way? How can we do it the hard way? Jian Wushuang questioned. It should be known that the person in front of him was a 7-star ancient god. Moreover, the Goo King city was filled with numerous experts. Hence, what could a 5-star ancient god like him do? Jian Wushuang, tell King Gu Yi that you wish to challenge the Star Moon Tower, the king of venomous worms said. Moon Star Tower? What is that? Jian Wushuang was confused. Don't ask so many questions. Just follow what I have said, the king of venomous worms said. All right. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate. He raised his head at once and looked toward King Gu Yi, who was in front of him. He then said, My lord, I wish to challenge the Star Moon Tower. As soon as the words left his mouth, the void of the martial arts training ground froze instantly. All the ancient gods present opened their eyes wide and looked at Jian Wushuang. Their eyes seemed as though they had heard something impressive. Even King Gu Yi revealed a shocked expression. What did you just say? King Gu Yi stared at Jian Wushuang. I said that I wanted to challenge the Star Moon Tower. Jian Wushuang repeated himself. Ha ha, King Gu Yi laughed loudly straight away. Little kid, you really dare to say anything. For many years, no one has had the courage to challenge the Star Moon Tower. Yet you wish to challenge it? Do you know how the word death is spelt? Looking at the fact that you were able to awaken the royal bloodline, I would advise you to leave quickly if not. I have already made up my mind, Jian Wushuang said coldly. King Gu Yi squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Jian Wushuang deeply. Great. Since you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish. The Star Moon Tower will be open in 10 days. If you have the ability, go ahead and challenge it. After his speech, King Gu Yi swung his robe sleeves and left. As for those ancient gods present, all of them were looking at Jian Wushuang with mixed feelings. Some of them were shocked, some of them revered him, some of them sneered at him, and some of them looked at him as if he were an idiot. Gu Jian. The golden-haired youth walked in front of Jian Wushuang, and he was filled with mixed feelings. Although you are a mixed bloodline who is unable to be recognized by the ancient god clan, I, Gu Jian, admire your courage and resolve to challenge the Star Moon Tower. I hope that you are still able to remain alive after 10 days. After his speech, Gujian left as well. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He ignored the unusual gazes of the people present and left. At the same time, he was also questioning the king of venomous worms about the details of the Star Moon Tower. He merely took the initiative to say that he wanted to challenge the Star Moon Tower and that he was extremely sure of it. However, in actual fact, he himself was unsure of what exactly the Star Moon Tower was. Chapter 1622, Star Moon Tower. Chapter 1622, Star Moon Tower. Tell me what Star Moon Tower exactly is. Why do so many ancient gods think that I am looking for trouble for myself? Jian Wushuang asked King of Venomous Worms. Well, they are right. This Star Moon Tower is a dangerous place, King of Venomous Worms said. Star Moon Tower, as well as Ancient God Palace, was the legacy of the ancient God Emperor. There has been a rule since a long time ago. Ancient gods without pure blood cannot enter the Ancient God Palace, with only one exception. This Star Moon Tower is the exception. There are 7 layers in it, of which the first 4 layers represent the 4 great unique skills, and the last 3 layers represent the 3 secret skills. Those ancient gods without pure blood can enter the Ancient God Palace by passing the test in the Star Moon Tower. You can only get the 4 great unique skills after you finish the 4th layer of the tower. If you pass all 7 layers, you will get both the 4 great unique skills and the 3 secret skills. Jian Wushuang smiled. But the Star Moon Tower test is not easy to pass, right? You are right. You have to get through the first 4 floors without stopping, after which you can survive and have a rest. Then you can get the 4 great unique skills. As for the last 3 layers at the back, it is up to you whether to go or not and how to finish it. As far as I know, a lot of ancient gods have tried to go to the tower, but only one passed through the first 4 layers and survived. And that person just passed the first 4 layers and had no guts to go to the 5th floor. King of Venomous Worms said. Only one person survived? Jian Wushuang said. Why didn't you say so before? If I said it earlier, would you be so determined to say you are going? King of Venomous Worms smiled. Do not worry. I have confidence in you because you are different. You are an inverse cultivator. There has never been an inverse cultivator to go through the Star Moon Tower. I think you can make it. Just do your best. You will definitely impress everyone. King of Venomous Worms was obviously confident in Jian Wushuang. I hope. King of Venomous Worms shrugged. Jian Wushuang had no choice but to have a try. Someone wants to enter the Star Moon Tower. This news caused a heated discussion among all the ancient gods. The Star Moon Tower was a nightmare to them. After all, the journey in the tower was risky and had a high mortality rate. For 100,000 years, the Star Moon Tower had not been opened. Ancient gods would rather give up learning than risk their lives. Now, the Star Moon Tower had opened once again. 10 days later, many ancient gods had decided to watch Jian Wushuang's journey. In the large space in the city, an altar was suspended and a dozen figures were sitting there, with 2 of them sitting in the center. One of these 2 people was Gu Yi King. The other person was also a 7-star ancient god. They are Gu Yi King and Gu Mei. They have both come in person. Yes, after all, the Star Moon Tower has not been opened for more than 100,000 years. It is rare to open it once. They should be present. There was a lot of discussion. So many people. Jian Wushuang said when he felt the crowd with his soul power. At this moment, Gu Yi King in the altar waved his hands. With a rumbling sound, an old, dark tower emerged. This dark tower quickly zoomed and rose to a high altitude. This is Star Moon Tower, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. The tower was incomparably grand and awesome. On the altar, in addition to Gu Yi King and Go Mei, there are more than 10 6-star ancient gods. At that moment, they were also talking and laughing. After 110,000 years, Star Moon Tower has finally opened again. Yes, after all, it is so dangerous. I remember that 110,000 years ago, when the Star Moon Tower was open, a little guy called Gugio went to the Star Moon Tower. He was not bad, but unfortunately he died on the third layer. I don't know if the little guy today can be better than Gugio. Even if he's better, in the end he will die. Those 6-star ancient gods knew well the danger of the Star Moon Tower, so they didn't think Jian Wushuang could survive. They just hoped that he could perform better and show them some fun. Gu Jian, let's get started. The low voice of Gui King was like thunder, and suddenly it sounded throughout the heavens. Suddenly, the entire space was immediately quiet. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath, looked up at the altar, then stepped forward to the tower. All eyes were on Jian Wushuang. Chapter 16:23 Challenge. Chapter 16:23 Challenge. He is the hothead who feels that he has a long life ahead of him. A 5-star ancient god challenging the Star Moon Tower. He is really courting death. I have heard that Gu Jian is a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and human beings. Moreover, his ancient god bloodline seems to be of the royal class. A mixed bloodline has become a royal ancient god. So what if he's a royal ancient god? He is merely a mixed bloodline who is unrecognized. Moreover, he's about to die today. Countless eyes were staring at Jian Wushuang. Most of them were filled with ridicule and pity. Jian Wushuang, ignore them and go straight to the Star Moon Tower, the king of venomous worms said. I know, Jian Wushuang giggled. He had already ignored the gazes of the surrounding ancient gods a long time ago. Jian Wushuang's body turned vague, and he had already entered the pitch-black ancient tower which was floating high up in the sky. Atop the sacrificial altar, Scorpion, the first level of the Star Moon Tower is guarded by your ancient god Shadow, right? You have to hold back slightly. If not, it will be uninteresting if it ends at the first level. That's right. Don't kill that little kid straight away. Some 6-star ancient gods laughed. Everything is according to the rules. I will use the abilities that I am supposed to use, the apathetic old man known as Scorpion said calmly. I shall stop talking now. It's about to begin. After talking, the apathetic old man closed his eyes. First level of the Star Moon Tower. It was a giant wasteland with a scorching sun in the sky. As soon as Jian Wushuang appeared in the wasteland, he noticed the giant shadow in front of him right away. The giant shadow was an ancient god. Moreover, it was a 6-star ancient god. However, the aura on his body was not very strong. This Star Moon Tower is still the same as before. As the king of venomous worms looked at the 6-star ancient god, he laughed loudly at once. King of venomous worms, what's going on? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Jian Wushuang, I said before that you do not need to be too worried about the Star Moon Tower. To a normal person, the Star Moon Tower is indeed extremely difficult. However, to an inverse cultivator like you, it is not considered too difficult. Take the first level as an example. As you are only a universe god and hence a 5-star ancient god, the guard who you meet on the first level will only possess the fighting capabilities of a normal 6-star ancient god, and this is equivalent to that of a normal void real god of the human beings. You only need to kill him and you will be able to clear the first level. The king of venomous worms laughed. A normal void real god. Jian Wushuang's eyes moved. Can I use the techniques of a human cultivator in here? Of course. You can use any techniques you want. The king of venomous worms laughed. That's all I needed to know, Jian Wushuang grinned. At that very moment, the 6-star ancient god was already looking at Jian Wushuang, and his loud voice resounded. You are really courageous to challenge the Star Moon Tower. However, it's a pity that having too much courage sometimes means that you are ignorant. Thus, you will have to pay a price for your own ignorance. Let's begin. The 6-star ancient god had already taken out his purple giant hammer. Ignorant. Jian Wushuang smiled, and sword essence rose from body. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang moved. Swish! A glittering light swept past the void with rays of sword light appearing in the process in a flash. Jian Wushuang had already appeared behind the 6-star ancient god, and he was already putting the Blood Mountain sword into his scabbard. I wonder, who is the ignorant one? Jian Wushuang's laughter resounded across the wasteland. The 6-star ancient god who was holding the purple giant hammer had already opened his eyes wide, and his face was filled with shock. He had already done ample preparations and had even taken his weapon out. However, from the start to the end, he did not even get a chance to swing the purple hammer that he had taken out, and his body had already started to dissipate. Outside the Star Moon Tower, atop the sacrificial altar, the two 7-star ancient gods King Gu Yi and Gu Mei, as well as tens of top 6-star ancient gods, were sitting down with interest and having a conversation. All of a sudden, the apathetic old man known as Scorpion opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with astonishment. The surrounding 6-star ancient gods also noticed the actions of the apathetic old man, and they looked over immediately. Scorpion, what happened? It's over so quickly? Isn't that little kid too weak? Some 6-star ancient gods were still talking. However, the apathetic man's expression turned grave, and he spoke immediately. Everyone, the little kid has already cleared the 1st level. What? The ancient gods atop the sacrificial altar were all stunned. He did it in only an instant. How can he be so fast? Scorpion, could it be that you really showed mercy and let that little kid clear the 1st level intentionally? Scorpion, what's going on? King Gu Yi, who was at the center of the sacrificial altar, looked down. The apathetic old man stood up straight away and said respectfully, King Gu Yi, Lady Gu Mei, and everyone else, all of you have always been clear about my conduct. I will do things properly according to the rules. So why would I show any mercy? The thing is that the little kid is not normal. The moment he made a move, my ancient god shadow was killed by him with 1 stroke before it was even able to react. Killed by 1 stroke. All the 6-star ancient gods had perplexed expressions. Looks like that little kid is not as stupid as we have thought. For him to challenge the Star Moon Tower, he must something that he can rely on. Lady Gu Mei, who sat at the center, giggled. Since he possesses the bloodline of human beings as well, he has definitely comprehended the power of Heavenway like human cultivators. And if I'm not wrong, his level of comprehension of the power of Heavenway is extremely high. Ling Shan, the 2nd level of the Star Moon Tower, is guarded by your ancient god shadow. Be careful. Understood. A big, tall man nodded his head respectfully. However, after a short while, the big, tall man opened his eyes. Everyone, that little kid has already cleared the 2nd level. Moreover, he only used 1 stroke, just like before. The ancient gods present became stupefied. For the 3rd level of the Star Moon Tower after that, it was also cleared with 1 stroke. At the very moment, the expressions of the ancient gods at the sacrificial altar turned grave. The expressions of King Gu Yi and Gu Mei were extremely serious as well. The first 3 levels of the Star Moon Tower were cleared. Moreover, all of them were cleared with 1 stroke. This was enough to say that Gu Jian, who was challenging the Star Moon Tower, was not normal. Could it be that a 2nd expert who is able to clear the 4th level of the Star Moon Tower is about to be born again in the ancient god clan? A 6-star ancient god could not help but say, how can it be that easy? King Gu Yi's expression turned grave. The Star Moon Tower gets harder as one goes higher. Moreover, there is a great threshold between the 3rd and 4th level. The ancient god shadows of the past 3 levels only possess the fighting capabilities of a stage 1 6-star ancient god. However, The ancient god shadow of the 4th level is a stage 2 6-star ancient god. Guard of the 4th level. Kill this little kid at the 4th level. Understood, someone from the sacrificial altar replied immediately. Chapter 1624, the second one in history. Chapter 1624, the second one in history. Star Moon Tower, the 4th floor. A 10-meter-high, golden-armored ancient god stood in front of Jian Wushuang and held a spear in his hand. His breath was very powerful. Jian Wushuang, your opponent on the 4th layer is equivalent to the 6-star ancient god who entered the 2nd stage, which is equivalent to the primary level or medium level of an eternal real god. King of Venomous Worms said, "The eternal real god at the bottom?" Jian Wushuang felt confident. Jian Wushuang leaped for hundreds of miles in an instant toward the golden-armored ancient god. "Hey!" Jian Wushuang combined his sturdy power of the sword and his ancient god power, as well as his insight on the reincarnation doctrine. This 10-meter-tall, golden-armored ancient god pointed his spear with a horribly great force that instantly smashed the void around Jian Wushuang. Bang! However, the golden-armored ancient god was hit back by Jian Wushuang's force and had to step back 3 steps. "I am a 2nd stage 6-star ancient god, but I am weaker than a 5-star ancient god." The golden-armored ancient god was shocked. Suddenly Jian Wushuang waved his sword again. Incredibly fast. How could it be so fast? The golden-armored ancient god was shocked. Their consecutive attacks from Jian Wushuang. The first confrontation, the ancient god was forced to step back. The second confrontation, the spear in his hand flew away. The third confrontation, Jian Wushuang stabbed the armor of the ancient god. The 4th layer had been passed. "Hey, you were right. It was easy for me to pass the first 4 layers." Jian Wushuang smiled. "Good job." King of Venomous Worms said, "For ancient gods, it was difficult for a 5-star ancient god to challenge the 6-star ancient god, let alone the one in the 2nd stage, which was comparable to the human eternal real god level. Because of the great difficulties, the Star Moon Tower was a nightmare for the ancient gods. In a long period of time, only one ancient god had passed the first 4 layers. However, for Jian Wushuang it was a piece of cake. After all, he could already beat an eternal real god at this level when he was passing the Burning Demon region in the 3rd round of the inverse cultivation test. Later, after hundreds of years of cultivation, he had relied on his own skills to kill a powerful real god Shiju. It was enough for him to pass the 4th layer back then. What's more, he later went to Thunderbolt Island in the Sanctuary Alliance for more than 1,500 years. In that 1,500 years, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already reached a new level. Now, it was too easy for him to kill an eternal real god of the bottom level, so just passing the 4th layer meant nothing to him. Outside the tower, above the altar, this guy passed the 4th layer so easily. How could it be? All the ancient gods on the altar, including Gui King and Gumei, were also shocked. Countless ancient gods were all staring at the Star Moon Tower. At the beginning, everyone had just come to laugh at Jian Wushuang without expecting him to pass. But later, they had witnessed Jian Wushuang pass 1 layer and another very quickly. Finally, Jian Wushuang had passed the 4th layer. During that time, the whole audience was quiet. Silence. Everyone was speechless. Soon, they started to discuss excitedly again. Has this guy really passed the 4th layer? How long has it been since we last saw an ancient god survive the 4th layer? I am not sure, but I am sure that he is the second one in history that has passed the 4th layer. Many ancient gods were all excited. In the midst of shock and excitement, some people found that Jian Wushuang didn't immediately come out of the Star Moon Tower as soon as he had passed the test. Read more chapter on Novel Full. He was still in the tower. Why doesn't he come out? Is he going to go up to the 5th floor? The 5th floor. Impossible. Everyone was holding their breath. On the 5th layer of the tower also stood a golden-armored ancient god, but it was as tall as 20 meters. Jian Wushuang, the guy in the 5th layer, is as strong as an eternal real god of the peak level. King of Venomous Worms said, "Isn't that the same as the real god Shiju in his heyday?" Jian Wushuang asked. "Well, almost." King of Venomous Worms nodded. Jian Wushuang smiled. Real god Shiju was close to a peak eternal true god. Jian Wushuang had once killed real god Shiju, but at that time he had to rely on the secret skills of Star Palace. The second reason was that the real god Shiju was seriously injured and only showed 70% of his power. However, after 1,500 years of cultivation in the Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang was definitely capable of killing real god Shiju with his own power. On the 5th layer, the golden real god was like golden lightning, and his voice echoed in this space. "You have already passed the 4th floor and have been recognized by ancient gods. You should be content and should not come here. You will die." "Really?" Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 1625, Challenge to the End. Chapter 1625, Challenge to the End. Boom! The 20-meter-tall, gold-armored ancient god attacked straight away. A great amount of golden ancient god power gathered in his index finger instantly. After that, his index finger, which was filled with thick ancient god power, was pointed out abruptly. Rumble! The void collapsed and an ancient, giant golden finger appeared out of thin air. For the Star Moon Tower, the guards at the higher levels would be even more powerful. Moreover, it was not just in the aspect of abilities. It also included close-quarters combat techniques and unique skills. For example, for the first 4 levels, the ancient gods guarding the level only displayed the abilities they were supposed to display, and they did not use ancient god unique skills. However, from the 5th level onward, the guards would use unique skills. As such, at that very moment, the golden ancient god used the ancient god's finger. Ancient god's 4th finger. Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrow. What a coincidence! I know this move as well. As soon as the words left his mouth, a tremendous amount of ancient god power appeared from Jian Wushuang's hands and gathered at his right index finger crazily. As Jian Wushuang pointed out his finger, a similar giant finger appeared on the universe. Both giant fingers looked as if they had appeared from the past, and they possessed a frightening power which was earth-shaking. At the next moment, both giant fingers clashed. Bam! With a loud sound, the shocking ancient god power shattered the void completely into pieces. The 2 ancient god powers were opposing each other madly. They were both the god's test of the ancient god's 4th finger. The only difference was that one of the fingers was unleashed by a stage 2 6-star ancient god, while the other one was unleashed by Jian Wushuang, a 5-star ancient god. Of course, although Jian Wushuang was only a 5-star ancient god, he did not possess only the ancient god power, he possessed divine power as well. As an inverse cultivator, by combining both divine power and ancient god power, the ancient god's 4th finger that he unleashed with his full power would have shocking power as well. In the end, both their attacks dissipated completely while opposing each other. How can this be? The gold-armored ancient god was astonished. Gu Jian has awakened the royal ancient god bloodline, and he would definitely have some memories of inheritance. Thus, it would be normal for him to be able to use the ancient god's 4th finger. However, he is merely a 5-star ancient god. How can the power of his ancient god's 4th finger be the same as mine? Just as the gold-armored ancient god was surprised, a ghost-like body had already appeared in front of him, and a sword light struck. Whoosh! 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 For the sword shadows, every one of them contained the power of space-time. Thus, they were extremely fast, and they headed toward the gold-armored ancient god. The gold-armored ancient god acted straight away to block the attack. However, as soon as the both of them fought, the gold-armored ancient god understood immediately that he could not stop Jian Wushuang. Damn it! The sword principles of this little kid is too fast and delicate. Moreover, my ancient god shadow is under many restrictions in the Star Moon Tower. Thus, I am unable to unleash some of my unique skills and secret skills. With that, I am unable to stop him, and I will probably be defeated. The gold-armored ancient god could not do anything either. At the 5th level of the Star Moon Tower, he could indeed use ancient god unique skills. He could use the ancient god finger move, but not other unique skills or the secret skills. Moreover, his power was unable to suppress Jian Wushuang completely. Therefore, it was normal for him to be unable to stop Jian Wushuang's sword principles. In no time, the gold-armored ancient god was defeated completely. 5th level cleared. As Jian Wushuang saw the body of the gold-armored ancient god in front of him dissipating slowly, his eyes glowed brilliantly. I have cleared the 5th level of the Star Moon Tower. In other words, after I get out now, I will be able to obtain the 4 unique skills within the ancient god palace, as well as one of the secret skills of the 3 secret skills. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. That's right, the king of venomous worms nodded his head. For you to be able to reach this stage, it's already considered not too bad. As for the 6th level, if I'm not wrong, the fighting capabilities of the guard on the 6th level are of a top stage 2 6-star ancient god, which is equivalent to that of an eternal real god standing at the peak. With your current abilities, you can try to challenge the 6th level. However, there will be a considerable amount of risk. After all, if you are unable to clear it, the only fate awaiting you is death. After hearing what had been said, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. However, he raised his head up in the blink of an eye. My current abilities are enough to fight against a top eternal real god, and the probability of me clearing the 6th level is not low either. Since I have already cleared the 5th level, I shall continue challenging the next few levels to the best of my abilities. Jian Wushuang laughed nonchalantly. It would be great if I could clear the 6th level successfully. If there's really no chance, I still have the secret skill of Star Palace as my trump card. You're not wrong, the king of venomous worms laughed. Since that's the case, go ahead and challenge the next level. Jian Wushuang's body moved right away. Outside the Star Moon Tower, numerous ancient gods focused their attention on the Star Moon Tower. Although they were unable to see what was happening inside the Star Moon Tower, they could tell how many levels Jian Wushuang had cleared from the dim light that the Star Moon Tower was emitting. At that moment, the 5th level of the Star Moon Tower emitted a dim light. After seeing that, many ancient gods present could not help but be shocked. The 5th level has been cleared. Firstly, he is the first person in the history of the ancient god clan to clear the 5th level of the Star Moon Tower. The first person in history. Countless ancient gods on the drill ground roared madly, and all of them were extremely excited. Atop the sacrificial altar, many top 6-star ancient gods, including the 2 7-star ancient gods, became silent. However, this silence only continued for a short while. This damn little kid. A furious voice could be heard, and everyone atop the sacrificial altar looked toward the source of the voice. The face of a red-haired big old man who was sitting on the throne was filled with anger at that very moment. This little kid has actually come to the 6th level that I am guarding. The 6th level. The top 6-star ancient gods, and even the 2 7-star ancient gods King Gui, as well Gumei, could not help but reveal an astonished expression at that very moment. It was still not enough, even though he had cleared the first 5 levels. At that very moment, he still wanted to clear the 6th level. This little kid, what does he treat the Star Moon Tower as? King Gui could not help but shout furiously. At the space of the 6th level in the Star Moon Tower, The ancient god shadow of the red-haired, big old man was only a 10-meter tall, gold-armored ancient god, and he was standing in front of Jian Wushuang. However, he was different from the guard of the 5th level. When Jian Wushuang faced the gold-armored ancient god on the space of the 6th level, he felt an extremely great amount of pressure. As expected, the guard of the 6th level has fighting capabilities comparable to an eternal real god's who stands at the top. However, it is only because of this that it will be challenging. As Jian Wushuang laughed, a tremendous amount of fighting intent rose from his body, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand started to shake madly. As a 5-star ancient god, you have managed to clear the first 5 levels of the Star Moon Tower, and you should have unlimited possibilities in your future. However, it's a pity that you have chosen the wrong path. The ancient god shadow of the red-haired tall old man looked down at Jian Wushuang. I am different from the guards of the first 5 levels. Not only are they restricted in terms of their abilities, even their unique skills are restricted as well. However, at the 6th level, I can unleash all my unique skills to my liking. Thus, you have no chance. Chapter 1626. Unique Skills of Ancient Gods. Chapter 1626. Unique Skills of Ancient Gods. After hearing what the elder had said, Jian Wushuang replied, "Okay, I am curious about the power of the 4 great unique skills. I will not disappoint you." The elder said, and the next moment he pointed out his index finger. With a rumbling sound, a giant, dark hand emerged with the power of smashing anything. The giant hand extended out, and its index finger contained an incomparably special and powerful force. This is Ancient God's 5th finger? Jian Wushuang was surprised. There were 9 Ancient God's fingers in total, and Jian Wushuang had learned 6. The Ancient God's 5th finger was get through difficulty finger. So he was surprised that he had met the Ancient God's 5th finger at the beginning. Jian Wushuang looked serious. He lifted up the Blood Mountain sword instantly, and soon, in the void, 10 slashes from the bloody sword emerged. Each slash contained great power, and they appeared together in an instant. Actually, Jian Wushuang didn't do his best, but the attack was already strong and suffocating. Bang! The slashes from Jian Wushuang's sword collided with the black giant finger. That produced a resounding rumble, and the 6th layer was immediately surrounded by a storm of power. Jian Wushuang, who stood in his original place, shifted his figure. A magical storm abruptly swept out, and the figure of Jian Wushuang instantly turned into hundreds of phantoms. Each phantom was very different, shifting fast to the elder. Universal laws. The golden-armored ancient god, transformed by the elder, used his tremendous breath and generated his great ancient god power. All of a sudden, he gathered hundreds of figures, each of which had tremendous power. "Go to hell!" As the elder shouted, he and his hundreds of figures waved their hands at the same time. Bang! Those figures slashed hundreds of palm attacks at the same time, rushing to Jian Wushuang. What? Jian Wushuang couldn't believe it. Jian Wushuang, be careful. All the phantoms you have seen from the elder are entities. Their attacks are also real, King of Venomous Worms said. All are real attacks. Jian Wushuang was shocked. The dense golden palms came at the same time. Most of them went to the phantoms of Jian Wushuang, but others went directly to his real body, and Jian Wushuang avoided them all. But in this way, the elder could tell which one was the real body of Jian Wushuang. That is it. The elder targeted at the real body of Jian Wushuang and slashed a new round of palm attacks. Hundreds of phantoms behind him all slashed palms directly to Jian Wushuang's real body. Jian Wushuang was overwhelmed by the attacks. Boom! 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 Suddenly there was a great roar. A roar echoed between the heaven and the earth, and a golden light burst out. Under the pressure of the palm attacks, a divine ape covered in golden armor rose. It was thousands of meters tall. Its breath was much stronger, and he was holding a sword and his eyes were fierce. At the same time, bloody flames spread all over the sixth layer, making it a bloody fire sea. And Jian Wushuang became the emperor in the sea of fire. Ha! As Jian Wushuang shouted, the huge golden divine ape rose. In an instant, this golden ape appeared in front of the elder. At this time, the elder blinked his eyes and his phantoms all converged behind him. At the same time, the elder generated his power and soared once again. Then his figure quickly exploded to one as tall as the ape. He clenched his right fist and punched Jian Wushuang. Bang! In response, the golden ape transformed by Jian Wushuang held the sword in his hand and integrated his divine power and reincarnation power. Jian Wushuang waved his stunning sword, which was powerful enough to tear the sky. The sword and the palms collided with each other. At that time, Jian Wushuang stepped backward and changed into nearly 100 phantoms. The phantoms of Jian Wushuang were as flexible as fish in the water, and his real body was surrounding the elder. Jian Wushuang was looking for opportunities to attack the elder based on his insights of time and space. He exercised his swordsmanship to its full extent. At that moment, the elder seemed at a disadvantage. Suddenly, hey! The elder's power skyrocketed. Behind his shoulder, the only big head transformed into 3 more heads. In addition, there were also 6 arms that extended out. What is that? Jian Wushuang was shocked. At that moment, the golden-armored ancient god in front of him turned into 4 heads and 8 arms. 4 heads and 8 arms now. Jian Wushuang, this is one of the 4 great, unique skills. If it is cultivated to the full extent, it can be turned into 9 heads and 18 arms. The skill is not only about heads and arms. It is also accompanied by a set of attacks that will greatly improve one's capacity to kill. The attacking method of 3 heads and 6 arms is different from that of the 4-headed and 8-armed one. The most terrible one is that of 9 heads and 8 arms. It is a nightmare for you. King of Venomous Worms said to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had encountered similar skills that could add heads and arms before, but they were simply adding the number and were nothing to do with changing attack skills. But now, in this skill of the ancient god clan, each added head and arm meant a leap in power. Chapter 1627, The Final Trump Card. Chapter 1627, The Final Trump Card. Reincarnation World. When Jian Wushuang swung his big hands, a vast amount of reincarnation power surged and changed into gray air currents. In the end, the gray currents gathered and combined into a big gray world. The gray world struck the red-haired, tall old man directly. The red-haired, tall old man had a total of 4 heads. At that very moment, his 4 pairs of eyes were releasing thick, murderous aura, and even when covered by reincarnation world, his aura still did not weaken at all. At the same time, his 8 sturdy arms moved. From the 8 arms, there might be a punch, slap, sharp claw, or fingertip. Even though he had different attack moves, his 8 arms cooperated with one another beautifully. Moreover, his 4 heads also opened their big mouths at the same time. Either their big mouths gave off shocking sound wave attacks, or their eyes released thunderbolts. In no time, all kinds of attack headed toward Jian Wushuang. Gosh! Jian Wushuang used his full power. He unleashed his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine and space-time doctrine, as well as his close-quarters combat abilities thoroughly. However, when he fought against the red-haired, tall old man, he was still pushed back instantly and even suppressed in just one face-off. Swoosh! Jian Wushuang's body retreated hastily. After he regained his posture, he could feel the trembling aura within his body, as well as the extreme pain in his shoulders and chest. On the blood feather reincarnation armor covering those 2 parts, there was a marking left behind by a sharp claw and a fist respectively. In just one face-off, I was hit by him twice. Moreover, I was shaken up by the soundwave attack. These close-quarters combat abilities, Jian Wushuang clicked his tongue in admiration. Frightening. 4 heads, 8 arms. The close-quarters combat abilities displayed by combining the different kinds of attack beautifully were way more fearful than the close-quarters combat abilities of any experts that Jian Wushuang had come across. Ancient gods are generally proficient in close-quarters combat. Combined with this unique skill that is specific to them, they can be considered number one in terms of close-quarters combat among the clans of the eternal chaotic world. This ancient god, who is currently fighting with you, is still alright as he only has 4 heads and 8 arms. However, my old master King Luo Zhen managed to hone this unique skill until he possessed 8 heads and 16 arms. Moreover, he was an 8-star royal ancient god, and if he were to have a fight in close quarters, he would not be afraid in the slightest. Even if 2 or 3 almighties at the level of the founder of the lineage of Star were to team up against him, the king of venomous worms' voice could be heard. Jian Wushuang could not help but gasp in admiration. The Star Palace Master and King Luo Zhen, who was an 8-star ancient god, belonged to the same level. Thus, they should have similar abilities. However, by just comparing close-quarters combat abilities alone, with 8 heads, 16 arms, King Luo Zhen could compete against 2 or even 3 Star Palace Masters alone, and this was definitely not empty words. The ancient god clan had always been recognized as the number one in terms of close-quarters combat. Since his close-quarters combat abilities are so strong, my martial art motion and sword principles will be useless against him. Hence, I can only depend on my special moves. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned serious, and divine power rose from his body madly. The divine ape, which was wearing golden armor and shrouding his body, also gave a furious roar. After that, its hands grabbed the long sword and raised it high up in the air. At the moment it raised up the long sword, an overbearing sword essence rose. Atop the void at the space of the 6th level, buzz, buzz, buzz. Crimson sword shadows appeared on the void, and there was a total of 16 of them. For the 16 crimson sword shadows, every one of them was so strong that it was suffocating, and if a normal eternal real god were to come across any one of them, he would definitely be terrified. However, at that moment, the 16 crimson sword shadows were superimposed onto one another and fused into one. Rumble. The sword shadow that was formed by the fusion of the 16 crimson sword shadow had earth-shaking power. Myriad waves kill. Jian Wushuang gave a fierce shout, and the long sword in his hands were swung downward. At the same time, the new sword shadow that was formed by the 16 crimson sword shadows also struck, fiercely and abruptly. At that moment, the universe was affected as well. What an impressive amount of power! When the red-haired, tall old man saw the giant crimson sword shadow, the 8 eyes on his forehead shrank. Straight away after that, his 8 arms put their palms together. 8 divine mountains. Bang, 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 bang. Lofty golden divine mountains descended abruptly. Every golden divine mountain was about 100,000 feet tall, and they were emitting brilliant golden light. After counting, one could conclude that there was a total of 8 similar divine mountains. The 8 divine mountains appeared in front of the red-haired, tall old man and became a total of 8 obstacles. When the shocking sword shadow that Jian Wushuang had unleashed came, the sword shadow struck the 100,000-foot tall divine mountain at the front straightaway. The first 100,000-foot tall divine mountain was destroyed instantly. The sword shadow then headed toward the second divine mountain, followed by the third divine mountain. 5 divine mountains were destroyed in one go. However, when it was the 6th divine mountain, the crimson sword shadow was hindered greatly, and it was only after some time that it barely managed to destroy the 6th divine mountain. When the remaining power struck the 7th divine mountain, it was no longer able to destroy the seventh divine mountain. In a split second, the sword shadow dissipated completely. As Jian Wushuang stood in his position and looked at the two remaining divine mountains, his expression was unusually serious. My strongest move, Myriad Waves, was actually stopped by him so easily. Jian Wushuang muttered. It's not considered easy. What he had just unleashed was the 8 divine mountains of the 4 unique skills, and this move is the only unique skill among the 4 unique skills that is used for defending. Although he had used it to stop your sword principles, it must have cost him quite a considerable amount of his ancient god power, the king of venomous worms said. Even though that's the case, he still managed to stop it in the end. Moreover, although I have already used up all my moves, I am still unable to do anything to him. Hence, if I were to continue fighting him and be suppressed, the person who will be killed in the end will definitely be me. Jian Wushuang frowned. There's no choice but to use my final trump card. Originally, Jian Wushuang did not plan to use his final trump card. However, it was a pity that the abilities of the guard of the 6th level had exceeded his expectations completely. Although it was merely a top stage 2 6-star ancient god, the ancient god unique skills that he had used were too powerful. Jian Wushuang could only use that move. Buzz, a marvelous power rose from Jian Wushuang's body and covered his body completely in the blink of an eye. It was the secret skill of Star Palace. Moreover, it was the 2nd volume of the secret skill of Star Palace. I only have a breath's time. Kill! Jian Wushuang exerted force on his feet fiercely, and he moved like a ghost. Are you still going to struggle, even at the end? The red-haired, tall old man glanced at Jian Wushuang, and he pointed out one of the fingers on his right hand fiercely. The void was shattered into pieces, and a giant finger which was emitting an infinite amount of dim light appeared out of thin air. It was the ancient god's 5th finger. Get through difficulty finger again. When the giant finger came, Jian Wushuang swung the Blood Mountain sword in his hands ferociously. Merciless sword essence tore the air apart, tore everything in the universe apart, and also ripped the giant finger in front of him into pieces. Chapter 1628, Level 6, Pass. Chapter 1628, Level 6, Pass. What? The red-haired old man was surprised. Then there were ancient god shadows that appeared from nowhere behind him. I have no time to mess around with you. Die! Jian Wushuang's eyes dilated in shock. Then his hands gripped Blood Mountain sword tightly. Virum! 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 There were crimson sword shadows that appeared again and merged together flawlessly again. The sword shadow slashed down. It was still the same move, Myriad Waves. However, with the support of Power of Star, the power of that move increased tremendously by 100-fold. The red-haired old man's 8 eyes stared, and he could feel the terrifying power contained in the stroke. He could also tell that the stroke was beyond his endurance. The red-haired old man smiled bitterly, then he gave up struggling. A sword light swept across, and everything shattered into pieces, including the ancient god body that belonged to the red-haired old man, and also the ancient god shadows behind him. In no time, everything resumed its tranquility. Jian Wushuang stood on the spot, and the power of Star in his body dispersed. Looking at the empty space before him, Jian Wushuang let out a breath of relief. Luckily, with the secret skill of Star Palace, I passed through the 6th level. As for the last 7th level, Jian Wushuang, don't think about the 7th level now. If I'm not mistaken, the ancient god that you're going to meet on the 7th level will be a 3rd stage 6-star ancient god, also known as human chaotic real god level. Plus, the guardian on the 7th level will not only use all 4 unique skills, but the 3 secret skills as well. Forget about the fact that you can't perform the secret skill of Star Palace temporarily. Even if you could perform it again, don't think about passing it, King of Venomous Worms warned him. Jian Wushuang kept quiet. He knew that he could barely pass the 6th level, and it would be impossible if he wanted to pass the 7th level. As I have passed the first 6 levels, I can already obtain the 4 unique skills and 2 of the 3 secret skills. I should feel content. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands and flew outside Star Moon Tower. Outside Star Moon Tower, it was dead silent on the huge drill ground. As for Star Moon Tower that was floating, the first level gave out intense dim light. Just as Jian Wushuang flew out from Star Moon Tower, countless gazes were fixed upon Jian Wushuang. Before that, as Jian Wushuang prepared to enter Star Moon Tower, the gazes were also fixed upon him. However, the gaze was different. Previously, the gazes were in disdain and sympathy. However, everyone's gaze then contained unprecedented shock and admiration. Passing the 6th level of Star Moon Tower, there was none among ancient god tribe. Jian Wushuang had created a miracle. He had made a legend. Jian Wushuang, can you feel the gazes? King of Venomous Worms' voice rang in his head. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly. He naturally noticed the gazes, but he never worried about them. Regardless of if these people pitied or ridiculed him, admired or respected him, he didn't care. He only cared about his results, which were the 4 unique skills and 3 secret skills. Jian Wushuang appeared before the altar, and he bowed faintly at the lofty aura. He then said, Misters, I wonder if I can join Ancient God Palace now to cultivate the unique skills and secret skills of Ancient God Tribe. Hearing what Jian Wushuang had said, the 6-star ancient god seated on the top of the altar exchanged a look and became silent. On the far top of the altar, Gu Jian. A deep, thick voice rang out. King Gu Yi was already on his feet. His expression was complicated as he fixed his gaze upon Jian Wushuang. You are a mixed bloodline of ancient gods and humans. You shouldn't receive ancient god tribes recognition originally. But now, you've passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower. We of ancient god tribe honor power. You are powerful enough, and you are recognized by me, the king. I, Gume, recognize your existence as well. Gume stood up as well. Both 7-star ancient gods acknowledged Jian Wushuang. The other 6-star ancient gods on the top naturally stood up one after another to show their recognition. Then King Gu Yi waved, Ling Shan, bring this young man to Ancient God Palace to receive his inheritance. Yes. Ling Shan nodded and then brought Jian Wushuang to Ancient God Palace. After Jian Wushuang had left, everyone on the altar remained silent. After a while, it was still King Gu Yi who broke the stalemate situation as he said, Well, there's an impressive young man born in Gu King City. With the power of a 5-star ancient god, he passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower. I am curious as to how this young man did it, Gume commented. Although he is a royal ancient god, he never cultivated any unique skills or secret skills of ancient god tribe. He naturally wouldn't know how to perform those. When he was going through Star Moon Tower, his power of ancient god bloodline wouldn't be of much use. He would still have to rely on his human skills. However, even if a top genius among humans wanted to pass the 6th level in Star Moon Tower at Universe God Realm, it'd be impossible. Unless King Gu Yi suddenly thought of a possibility. Inverse Cultivator. Gume looked at him as well. The 2 7-star ancient god did know some about humans. They had even wandered into human territory before. Naturally, they had heard of inverse cultivators. From their point of view, only inverse cultivators could possibly do that. In no time, the ancient gods that had gathered around the battlefield dispersed. Although they had dispersed, they were still excited. After all, they had witnessed a miracle with their own eyes that day. The name Gu Jian had also spread across Gu King City like wildfire. In no time his name would spread to other king cities, or even the entire ancient god sanctuary. ancient god palace where there were palaces. Ling Shan, a 6-star ancient god, led Jian Wushuang to an ancient gold palace. There were 3 engraved words on the gold palace. Unique skill hall. Gu Jian, this is where the people from ancient god palace cultivate unique skill. The 4 unique skills of ancient god tribe are in unique skill hall. They were passed down via inheritance of memory. You have 10 years' time. It depends on yourself as to how much you can inherit in these 10 years. 10 years later, no matter if you receive complete inheritance or not, you will have to leave, Ling Shan said. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Ling Shan, Jian Wushuang said. During the transfer of your inheritance, you won't have to worry that there'll be anyone who'll come to disturb you. Go ahead, Ling Shan waved. Jian Wushuang didn't hesitate and immediately entered Unique Skill Hall. Chapter 1629 Inheritance. Chapter 1629 Inheritance. The Unique Skill Hall was dusky. At the end of Jian Wushuang's line of vision, a lofty ancient god shadow could be seen faintly. The ancient god shadow was more than 1,000,000 feet tall, and it was definitely the biggest ancient god shadow that Jian Wushuang had ever seen. Moreover, even though it was a shadow, the aura that it released was stronger than a 7-star ancient gods, like King Gu-yi or Gu-mei. What a large body and powerful aura. Could the owner of this ancient god shadow be the ancient god emperor from the past? Jian Wushuang exclaimed in admiration. It's him. The king of venomous worms nodded its head. However, it is rumored that the body of the ancient god emperor is a lot larger than this shadow. Moreover, as the only emperor of the ancient god clan, he is the strongest expert. The 4 unique skills and 3 secret skills in the ancient god clan now had all been created by him. Jian Wushuang, for the inheritance of the unique skills, under normal circumstances, the purer one's bloodline is, the easier it would be for the unique skills to be passed on to him. Since you are a royal ancient god, you should be able to inherit the 4 unique skills completely within 10 years' time. However, you should do your best to not waste any time. Let's begin. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head and sat down with his legs crossed immediately. In no time, memories of inheritance appeared in his mind. Jian Wushuang also did his best to absorb all the memories of inheritance. Just like the ancient gods had said with Jian Wushuang's royal ancient god bloodline, it would be very easy for him to inherit the unique skills. The 4 unique skills of the ancient god clan. From the ancient god's finger at the start, to universal laws, to 9 heads, 18 arms, and finally 8 divine mountains. The 4 unique skills were passed on smoothly. In the blink of an eye, 8 years' time passed. Ling Shan had been waiting outside the unique skill hall, quietly. At that very moment, the door of the unique skill hall opened abruptly, and Jian Wushuang walked out from it. You came out so quickly. Could it be that you have already fully inherited the 4 unique skills? Ling Shan said with surprise. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Lord Ling Shan, let's go to the place of inheritance for the secret skills. Ling Shan did not ask too much, and he brought Jian Wushuang to 3 black, ancient attics immediately. Gu Jian, the 3 attics that you're looking at now, is the lineage of ancient gods' place of inheritance for the 3 secret skills. After clearing the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, you can inherit the Thunder Attracting skill and Star Destruction skill. However, you will not be able to inherit the Moon Picking skill, which is the final secret skill, Ling Shan said. Thunder Attracting skill and Star Destruction skill? Jian Wushuang's eyes squinted. He had heard of the names of the 3 secret skills from the king of venomous worms. However, he had never experienced how strong the 3 secret skills were. However, looking at it at that very moment, the moon picking skill was probably the strongest among the 3 secret skills. Jian Wushuang, it's already considered not too bad for you to be able to inherit 2 secret skills. As for the moon picking skill, it is indeed the most frightening secret skill of the ancient god clan, and it is known to be a very remarkable ability. Although you are unable to get it now, If there is an opportunity in the future, you can still think of a way to clear the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower. At that time, you will be able to obtain the right to inherit the moon picking skill, the king of venomous worms said. Yes, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. It would be great if he could obtain the moon picking skill in the future. However, if he were unable to obtain it, he would also not be too concerned. The 2 attics on the left are the places to inherit the thunder attracting skill and the star destruction skill, respectively. Similar to the unique skill hall, you can stay in every attic for 10 years. As for how many memories of inheritance you are able to obtain within 10 years, it is entirely up to you. Go ahead. Ling Shan waved his hands and said. Jian Wushuang entered the first attic straight away. This attic was the place used to pass on the thunder-attracting skill. Jian Wushuang also started to inherit the thunder-attracting skill quickly. During the process, Jian Wushuang slowly understood the thunder-attracting skill and the star destruction skill. The thunder-attracting skill was used to attract the universal sacred thunder to kill one's opponent forcefully. It should be known that the attracted universal sacred thunder could be either of the same variety as in the God's test, or the life-destroying thunder. Moreover, the stronger one's abilities became, the more frightening the power of the attracted divine thunder would be. If one's abilities were to reach the level of King Luo Zhen's, he would be able to attract hundreds upon hundreds of life-destroying thunders with earth-shaking power when he unleashed the secret skill with his full power. This would definitely be an extremely frightening killing move. As for the star destruction skill, it was a secret skill which could allow one's abilities to skyrocket for a short period of time. However, this secret skill was a double-edged sword. Although it would make one powerful, there would be side effects to his body. When used, it could break apart the ancient god star that was forming in the space between one's eyebrows forcefully so that it would flow into the attacks of the user. This secret skill would be best suited for a difficult battle. If used properly, the tides would be turned during a bad situation. Of course, after the battle, the user's abilities would be affected and it would require some time for it to recover. In all, for the 2 secret skills, every one of them was unusually powerful and they were extremely useful to ancient gods. 2 attics and 2 secret skills. If a normal ancient god were to inherit the 2 secret skills for 20 years, they might still be unable to inherit them completely. However, adding the time that Jian Wushuang had spent in both attics together, he only spent a total of 18 years to obtain the complete memories of inheritance. At that very moment, he had obtained both the 4 unique skills and 2 secret skills. However, he had merely obtained them. If he wanted to use and also display their full power, he would need a lot of actual combat experience with them. Lord Ling Shan. Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Ling Shan. For the next period of time, it's all right for me to stay in the ancient god palace, right? Of course. Ling Shan nodded his head. All right, Jian Wushuang chuckled. The ancient god palace had many powerful ancient gods, and did not lack 6-star ancient gods either. What Jian Wushuang lacked the most at that very moment was actual combat experience. Hence, the 6-star ancient gods in the ancient god palace were best suited to be his opponents. Moreover, Jian Wushuang had relied on clearing the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower to enter the ancient god palace. Thus, his name had already spread through the whole of Guqing City, as well as the entire ancient god sanctuary a long time ago. With that, many ancient gods within the ancient god palace yearned to have a battle with him. As such, Jian Wushuang did not need to challenge someone to a battle. By just walking around randomly in the ancient god palace, he would come across many ancient gods who were looking to battle him. This was what Jian Wushuang hoped for. For the next period of time, he would stay within the ancient god palace and battle against the ancient gods who came to challenge him. The abilities of the ancient gods who came to challenge him were both weak and strong. The strongest was a stage 2 top 6-star ancient god, while the weakest was a stage 1 ancient god. At the start, when Jian Wushuang fought them, he did his very best to not use techniques of human beings. He would not use the comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine and the space-time doctrine. Instead, he would rely purely on his close-quarters combat skills and techniques of ancient gods to fight with them. During the intense battles, he continued to train and familiarize himself with using the ancient god clan's 4 unique skills and 2 secret skills. While he was undergoing such training, time continued to pass by. Chapter 1630, King Gutong. Chapter 1630, King Gutong. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang had stayed in ancient god palace for 120 years. In a lofty hall in ancient god palace, Ling Shan stood politely before King Gui. King Gui, I have just received news that Gu Jian defeated Gu Jinyu, Ling Shan reported. Gu Jinyu isn't too strong among second-stage 6-star ancient gods. He could be considered intermediate. Gu Jian passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower. Isn't it normal that he defeated Gu Jinyu? King Gui didn't care. If Gu Jian were to defeat Gu Jinyu when he went all out, it naturally wouldn't be much. But most importantly, he didn't use any human attack skills at all. He used the 4 ancient god unique skills to defeat Gu Jinyu, Ling Shan explained. Oh. King Gui then looked shocked. He never used any human attack skills? Are you sure about this? Yes, Ling Shan nodded. I am certain that he never once used his comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei, nor did he use any sword principles. At most, he used his divine power. In other words, his control of the 4 unique skills has surpassed Gu Jinyu. King Gui looked surprised. The Gu Jinyu that they were talking about was a 6-star ancient god who stayed in ancient god palace for many years. The purity of his bloodline was high, but he was only a silver-armored ancient god. His control of the 4 ancient god unique skills was extremely high. However, he was defeated by Jian Wushuang. Although I am reluctant to admit this, I have to say that Gu Jian is a really terrifying genius. No matter if it's a human or as an ancient god, he is 1 in a million. His improvement speed is terrifyingly fast. If this continues, I cannot imagine to what stage he will improve, Ling Shan said. King Gui smiled faintly. He couldn't predict Jian Wushuang's potential either. Oh, yeah, the thing that I assigned you to look into. Did you find anything? King Gui asked. Yeah, Ling Shan nodded. I investigated twice and I got the same results. Gu Jian isn't from King Gutong bloodline. There isn't such an impressive 5-star ancient god from King Gutong's bloodline. I knew it, King Gui looked calm. He didn't seem to be surprised at the results. He carries a human bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, he should have been living in the human territory previously. He only came to ancient god sanctuary to partake in the ancient god palace examination. Hence, he registered using King Gutong's name. Is that so? Should we? Ling Shan had yet to finish his sentence. King Gui waved. Don't need to do anything. Regardless of the young man's origin, he does have an ancient god bloodline, that's the truth. Also, he passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower, that's the truth as well. We only need to follow the rules that our ancestors left behind. I understand. Ling Shan nodded and then he left. Ancient God tribe was different from humans. Ancient God tribe purely relied on power and strength. As for fighting and scheming against one another it hardly happened. Gu King City, there were people shuttling to and fro on the street. That very moment, there was a troop made up of over 10 people marching into Gu King City. The troop was made up of ancient gods, but they were all weak. They were either 3 or 4-star ancient gods. As for 5-star ancient gods, there were only 2 of them. We're in King City now, you can walk around. Remember, don't get into any fights. Go ahead, a brawny elder exhorted. Then, the troop walked in all directions in excitement. The brawny elder and the other 5-star ancient god came to a shop. They had come to King City to get some necessities for their tribe after all. As they were purchasing some items, There were 3 figures gathered at a corner of the shop as they casually chatted. Among the 3, one of them was a bald, brawny man. As for the other 2, both of their figures and appearances were ridiculously alike. They should be twins. "You brothers just arrived in Gu King City?" the bald, brawny man asked. His voice was loud, as though he was afraid that anyone could hear him. "Yeah, the 2 of us have been staying in the tribe. We came to Gu King City this time with the intention to enter Ancient God Palace," one of the twin brothers said. "TSK, TSK. It's a pity that you came too late. If you were to arrive earlier, you might have been in time to witness the miracle of Ancient God Bloodline," the bald, brawny man said. "Miracle? What miracle? Tell me." The brothers were curious. "What happened was that there was a mister, a mix of human and Ancient God bloodline. He was like you, wanted to join Ancient God Palace, and he passed through the pre-examination of Ancient God Palace. But because he was of mixed blood, he couldn't enter Ancient God Palace. Then the mister made a shocking decision, which was to challenge Star Moon Tower. Star Moon Tower, the legendary place of definite death. This person has guts." The brothers were surprised. "Humph! What place of definite death? To us, it might be a place of definite death, but to the mister, he survived before everyone in Star Moon Tower. Not only did he pass the first 4 levels of Star Moon Tower, he also passed the 5th and 6th levels. He is only 1 step away from the final 7th level," the bald, brawny man said with a loud and bright voice. "What?" The brothers were shocked. The brawny elder and the 5-star ancient god, who were picking the items that they wanted to purchase, were shocked too. He passed the 6th level of Star Moon Tower. There was astonishment in their eyes. This is true. Many people saw it too. Hence, it is said to be a miracle, the bald, brawny man complimented. "What's the mister's name? Which king is he under?" One of the brothers asked closely. "I know his name, Gu Jian. As for his king, it seems to be King Gutong," the bald, brawny man said. The moment he said that, the brothers didn't react differently. However, the brawny elder and the 5-star ancient god next to him was stunned. "Elder E, did you hear that? Did they say King Gutong? That's our king," the 5-star ancient god said in excitement. "I heard that. Don't be so excited just yet." The brawny elder looked solemn. He lowered his voice as he said, "Our king is in trouble, and he isn't like how he was before. Among the people in our tribe, although they were a few gifted young men, it is impossible for them to pass the 6th level in Star Moon Tower. Gu Jian, I have never heard of the name. He might not be with us." "Not with us." The 5-star ancient god creased his eyebrows. "We can't determine it now. Don't rush. We have time. Let's try to ask around." The brawny elder squinted his eyes. Chapter 1631, Old Friend. Chapter 1631, Old Friend. The stocky old man started to gather information in Gu King City at once. In no time, he had obtained reliable information. 850 years ago, there was indeed a person known as Gu Jian who had cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower. He was a mixed bloodline between human beings and ancient gods. Moreover, when he registered for the Ancient God Palace's assessment, he indeed said that he was under King Gutong. The stocky old man and the 5-star ancient god met up, and their expressions were extremely grave. There are 2 possibilities. Firstly, he is indeed the clansman of our king. Even if he is not, he is definitely related to the lineage of our king. Secondly, he heard the name of our king by coincidence. Thus he blurted it out. However, it is purely for the purpose of the Ancient God Palace's assessment. No matter which possibility is correct, since it is related to our king, I have to think of a way to meet him. The stocky old man clenched both his fists tightly, and he had made up his mind. With that, he headed to the Ancient God Palace immediately. atop a martial arts training ground in the ancient god palace. Two giant ancient gods were having an intense battle. The bodies of the two ancient gods were over 100 feet tall. One of them was glowing with golden light, and he had already revealed 3 heads and 6 arms at that very moment. As for the other ancient god, his whole body was covered with a dark golden light. Similarly, he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Moreover, one of his 6 arms was holding a long sword tightly. Boom! 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 The two ancient gods were having a close-quarters battle. As they clashed again and again, strong ancient god power was released madly. However, at that very moment, the body of the dark, golden ancient god shook. Although he had originally had 3 heads and 6 arms, he underwent a transformation to become 4 heads and 8 arms instantly. With an additional head and 2 more arms, he could unleash more kinds of attack. The gold-armored ancient god, who still had 3 heads and 6 arms, could no longer block the attacks, and he was defeated quickly. When everything had calmed down, the two ancient gods changed back to their human forms. Gu Jian, your speed of improvement is too frightening. You are a 5-star ancient god. Moreover, you are actually able to unleash 4 heads and 8 arms, even though you have only grasped this unique skill for a short amount of time. Although I obtained this unique skill more than 500 years ago, up until now I have only been able to unleash 3 heads and 6 arms. In addition, I am also a 6-star ancient god. The defeated ancient god forced a smile. After hearing what was said, Jian Wushuang grinned. He was a royal ancient god. In terms of bloodline, he had a huge advantage. In addition, he was extremely talented and his rate of growth was fast as well. In just a short 120 years' time, he had used the 4 unique skills until he was very familiar with it. Take the secret skill, 9 heads, 18 arms, as an example. At that very moment, he could use 4 heads, 8 arms proficiently. In addition, he was able to use the different kinds of attack beautifully. Just then, a figure came over from afar. Lord Gu Jian. The person who came was a top 5-star ancient god. Logically was at the same level as Jian Wushuang. However, at that very moment, he addressed Jian Wushuang respectfully as Lord. Do you have anything for me? Jian Wushuang looked at him. Someone has come to the palace, and he is currently outside. In addition, he claims that he is a clansman of King Gutong's lineage, and he wishes to see you. The ancient god said respectfully. Oh! Jian Wushuang's expression changed at once. During the period of time where he was in the ancient god palace, he had asked some ancient gods about King Gutong's lineage as well. The answer he had gotten was that there was indeed a King Gutong in the Gu King city in the past. However, at that moment, he was no longer in the Gu King city, and it also seemed that he had been gone since a very long time ago. Thus, Jian Wushuang thought that perhaps King Gutong had not returned yet. However, at that moment, I will go and take a look. Jian Wushuang walked toward the outside of the palace at once. After arriving outside the palace, he saw the stocky old man who was waiting quietly at one side straight away. Elder Yi. Jian Wushuang's eyes brightened up immediately. You are. Elder Yi also looked toward Jian Wushuang. At the start, he revealed a surprised expression. However, he opened his eyes wide after that. You are Jian Wushuang? That little kid from back then, who awakened a portion of the royal bloodline? Haha. Elder Yi, long time no see. Jian Wushuang laughed and walked over. Elder Yi. He was the first 3-star ancient god who Jian Wushuang had seen. Back then in the firmament territory of the Green Fire World. During the 100 years' time where he had lived with the ancient god clan within the Eternal Zone, the strongest ancient god who he saw was Elder Yi. Hence, he had a strong impression of Elder Yi. It should be known that to Jian Wushuang back then, a 3-star ancient god was a super existence. At that moment, Jian Wushuang realized that Elder Yi had become a 5-star ancient god. Moreover, he was a top 5-star ancient god, and they were similar in terms of realm. Jian Wushuang, it's really you. Elder Yi still found it a bit unbelievable. Of course it's me. Let's go somewhere else and have a nice chat, Jian Wushuang laughed. Elder Yi nodded his head. He also knew that they were not at a good place to talk. In no time, the two of them came to a secret room which was by itself. After Jian Wushuang laid a seal, the two of them started to have a conversation. Jian Wushuang, back then you left so suddenly. You only left behind some words, saying that you would return within thousands of years. However, tens of thousands of years have passed already. Elder Yi wore a smile. I had no choice. Jian Wushuang forced a smile. Elder Yi, to tell you the truth, I do not just possess the ancient god bloodline. I am also a human cultivator. Previously, I had never come into contact with the ancient god clan. However, after I awakened the ancient god bloodline, I naturally needed to leave. Originally, I wanted to wait until I got stronger before returning to the Eternal Zone to help all of you open up a sanctuary. However, who would expect that when I returned, the Eternal Zone would have already disappeared? Is that so? Elder Yi nodded his head as he could understand as well. Oh, right. Elder Yi, the reason why the Eternal Zone disappeared was because of the return of your king, right? Jian Wushuang asked. Of course. He still asked even though he knew the answer. He had already known that the Eternal Zone was taken away by King Gutong. That's right. Not long after you left, the king returned. He brought us along and returned to the ancient god sanctuary. Now the clansmen of our king's lineage have formed a tribe outside the Gu King city, Elder Yi said. A tribe? Jian Wushuang frowned. Why didn't you enter Gu King city? According to what he knew, King Gutong was a top 7-star royal ancient god. If he were in his peak, he would definitely not be weaker than King Gu Yi, and he might even be stronger. Moreover, he was a royal ancient god with the surname Gu. Hence, he could totally bring the clansmen under him into Gu King city and occupy a piece of land. Our king experienced a great change, and his abilities had deteriorated greatly. Up until now, he had still not recovered fully. Moreover, he seemed to have some disputes with the current ruler of the Gu King city. As such, we are unable to enter the Gu King city, Elder Yi said. Something like this actually happened. Jian Wushuang was stunned. In actual fact, I came to the Gu King city, this time around as I wanted to widen the knowledge of some kids. At the same time, I intended to bring back some items that the tribe needs. However, in the middle of doing so, I heard some people talking about you, and I rushed over. Who would have expected that the person who cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower 150 years ago was actually you? Elder Yi gasped. Ah. Chapter 1632, Seeing King Gutong. Chapter 1632, Seeing King Gutong. Elder Yi, when are you returning to the tribe? Jian Wushuang asked. The things that are needed in the tribe have been purchased. We can return any time, Elder Yi said. That's great. I'll follow you back to the tribe. I'd like to see King Gutong as well. I have many questions that I'd like to ask him personally, Jian Wushuang said. He had many doubts and questions in his mind. It involved many aspects, and King Gutong should be able to answer quite a few things for him. If so, let's depart now, Elder Yi replied. Sure, I have no plans anyway, Jian Wushuang smiled. Jian Wushuang immediately followed Elder Yi, and they met up with the other guys under King Gutong in the city before they walked out of the city. Outside the city, there was a troop of over 10 people plunging forward in the spacious void. They flew for a few days' time without break. Jian Wushuang, there's another half a day until we reach the tribe, Elder Yi said. Jian Wushuang nodded faintly, and he was getting excited. One should know that he made some great friends back in the Eternal Zone. Some even rescued him before. Then, it had been tens of thousands of years. He wondered how the ancient gods were doing. Half a day later, there was a huge tribe that appeared before Jian Wushuang. Although it was a tribe, there were many towering, lofty buildings, and some are floating. Under the lead of Elder E, Jian Wushuang stepped foot into the tribe. He spread his soul power and sensed some familiar auras in the tribe. The aura is Gu Yang's. Jian Wushuang was surprised. Gu Yang was the silver-armored ancient god who had once saved him. Elder Ing is here too. Jian Wushuang was filled with excitement when he sensed all the familiar auras. Jian Wushuang, let me bring you to see King first, Elder E said. Jian Wushuang nodded. Elder E immediately guided Jian Wushuang to the middle of the tribe, where a lofty purple palace was located. Outside the palace, there were a few ancient god guards standing guard. King. Elder E bowed to the palace politely. Come in. There was a lofty voice from the palace. Elder E brought Jian Wushuang into the palace. The moment Jian Wushuang entered the palace, he immediately saw a brawny shadow on the highest throne in the palace. He was 3 meters tall, and his skin was in dark gold luster. There was a faint, glowing gold light in his hands too. He still had yet to recover to his peak. However, there was arrogance in his eyes. The most interesting thing was the inverted 7 stars in between his eyebrows. The moment Jian Wushuang entered the palace, the brawny figure's dark golden eyes looked like a bolt of lightning. King. Elder E knelt down directly. King Gutong. Jian Wushuang bowed politely to show his reverence. Young man, it's you? King Gutong looked at Jian Wushuang. Naturally, he recognized Jian Wushuang. You can leave first. King Gutong glanced at Elder E. Yes. Elder E stood up politely and left. There was only Jian Wushuang and King Gutong left in the palace. Sit. King Gutong waved, and there was immediately a stone chair in gold that appeared next to Jian Wushuang out of nowhere. Jian Wushuang sat down immediately without courtesy. Jian Wushuang, how is your master, Xian Yi? King Gutong asked calmly. Master's body disappeared before me. However, I can tell that master isn't dead. As for where he is now, I have no idea. Jian Wushuang shook his head. Hee, that old man, he is still so mysterious. King Gutong smiled faintly but wasn't surprised. King Gutong, it has been so many years, and you have yet to recover from your injury still? Jian Wushuang was shocked. One should know that when King Gutong had been in Greenfire World, he had been severely injured, and he couldn't put his fighting power to play at all. But then it had been a total of tens of thousands of years, and King Gutong had returned to ancient God Sanctuary. King Gutong's power had yet to fully recover after he had stayed in ancient God Sanctuary for so long. Jian Wushuang's soul power could clearly sense that King Gutong then was still in an extremely weak state. In terms of his aura, it was barely comparable to a 6-star ancient god's. I am not injured. I was invaded by a strange power. It wouldn't be that easy if I wanted to resolve the power. King Gutong shook his head. Power invasion? Jian Wushuang creased his eyebrows. What power is that? Even you, a peak 7-star royal ancient god, couldn't endure it and cannot remove it after so many years? This power, thanks to the battlefield at your hometown. King Gutong said. That battlefield? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Now that you have come to ancient God Sanctuary, I believe you understand what is so unique about your hometown. If not, let me tell you. King Gutong started explaining. About this, the story began millions of years back. Actually, millions of years ago, I was already a peak 7-star royal ancient god and the overlord in ancient God Sanctuary. Back then, the 8-star royal ancient god who was ruling Gu King City accidentally passed away, and the position of ruler of Gu King City was vacant. There were only 2 people who were qualified to fight for the position then. One was me, and the other was King Guyu. King Guyu and I are both peak 7-star ancient gods, and we both have royal bloodlines. We also have many supporters and followers under us. Over the years, King Guyu and I were evenly matched. However, because of that, the match was hard to call, and the one who could take the position of the ruler of Gu King City was undetermined. King Gu Yu and I knew that the only way to really take over the position to rule Gu King City was to see who broke through first and became an 8-star ancient god. Hence, the two of us went to look for opportunities in order to break through. King Gu Yu went to look for his opportunity, while I went through a space gap in a unique mystery land by chance and came to the battlefield where your hometown was located. Then, Jian Wushuang looked surprised. It turns out that King Gu Tong came to the battlefield via space gap. No wonder the experts in Green Fire Palace never noticed his arrival. If it wasn't for King Gu Tong being attacked later on, Green Fire Palace would know that there was a super existence in Green Fire World. Jian Wushuang exclaimed in shock. The environment where Green Fire World was in was unique. It was located within a space-time storm, and there was a formation that Green Fire Palace set up in the space-time storm. Once outsiders barged in, Green Fire Palace would immediately notice. However, in actual fact, there were 2 outsiders in Green Fire World that Green Fire Palace had never noticed. The 2 outsiders were King Gu Tong and an expert from Holocaust sect, Dao Yuanzi, that Jian Wushuang had killed. Chapter 1633, A Big Secret. Chapter 1633, A Big Secret. King Gu Tong went to the battlefield directly via the space crack instead of passing through the Great Formation, which contained a space-time storm. Hence, it was normal for him to go unnoticed by the Green Fire Palace. However, how about Dao Yuanzi of the Holocaust sect? How did he go into the Green Fire World? Jian Wushuang's mind was filled with doubts. The battlefield that your hometown is at is not normal. After arriving there, I only did a simple search, and I found quite a number of treasures and opportunities. Hence, I concluded immediately that there is definitely a big secret and opportunities hidden in that battlefield. I also saw the hope of making a breakthrough to an 8-star ancient god on that battlefield. After saying that, King Gu Tong could not help but clench his fists. It was clear that the battlefield that the Green Fire World was at contained a big secret and many opportunities at that period of time. Even if it were King Gu Tong, he was also unable to remain calm about this fact. After that, for a period of time, I searched for opportunities all around the battlefield. I even used certain means to get many experts under me to search that battlefield. After searching for a very long period of time, we managed to find a few opportunities. Moreover, the longer I stayed at the battlefield, the more frightened I felt about it. However, apart from opportunities, that battlefield was also full of danger. In the end, I underestimated it. Originally, I had thought that with my abilities as a top 7-star ancient god, I would be able to deal with the dangers even if I were to come across them in that battlefield. Indeed, I had managed to deal with the 2 dangers I encountered previously. However, during the 3rd time, not only did it cost me all my best experts, I was also affected by this sinister, corrosive power. This power corroded my ancient god power as well as the bloodline of my body to the point that my abilities dropped to the most primitive, lowest state. Moreover, if this power continues to corrode my body, my blood and my ancient god body will be corroded completely, which also means that I will be sucked dry and die as a result of this power. At that point of time, I really thought that I would die, and I had given up all hope. However, at the most critical moment, your master, Xian Yi, appeared. King Gu Tong looked over. Master? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Your master and I made a deal. He manufactured an elixir to help me stop this sinister power from further corroding my body. Moreover, he also gave me a method to allow me to use my own power to remove this sinister power. Since I owe him a favor, he brought me to your hometown Green Fire World. King Gu Tong said. This is the same as what Master said. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Jian Wushuang had asked his master Xian Yi about King Gu Tong before. Moreover, what Xian Yi said was similar to what King Gu Tong had said. As for what happened next, you know it yourself. I continued to stay in the Green Fire World to get rid of the sinister power. However, the process was extremely slow. It was not until an unforeseen event where you appeared occurred that Xian made me take action. After I took action, my deal with him was complete. Hence, I naturally brought my people and left. However, even though I returned to the ancient god sanctuary, the sinister power inside my body is still not completely gone, and it will take a period of time to be removed, King Gutong said. I see. Jian Wushuang understood completely. King Gutong, you said that you followed the space crack of a mystery land and ended up at the battlefield of my hometown. Where is that space crack? Jian Wushang questioned seriously. That was a space crack which would lead anyone straight to the battlefield of his hometown. As soon as it was discovered and news of it spread, it would definitely attract a great number of experts to go to the battlefield of his hometown. Not to mention the fact that the treasures and opportunities of the battlefield were plundered by the experts. The most important thing was the safety of the Green Fire World. That was his hometown. Don't worry. The mystery land that the space crack is at is not normal, and it will require a long period of time before it opens up. Currently, there is still a period of time before it opens up again. Moreover, even if that mystery land were to open up again, no one will discover that space crack. After all, that space crack is hidden extremely well, King Gutong said. That's still not too bad. Jian Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief and said earnestly after that, King Gutong, please do not let anyone know about that space crack or the battlefield in my hometown. No problem. King Gutong nodded his head straight away. Although that battlefield contains a big secret and great opportunities, it is considered a nightmarish place to me. In my remaining life, I will not want to take a second step into that place. Hence, I will naturally not tell anyone about it either. Thank you very much, Jian Wushuang said gratefully. Jian Wushuang, although I will not tell anyone about that space crack or the battlefield in your hometown, I still have to remind you that the battlefield in your hometown is not normal. It might be a giant battlefield which has been passed down from ancient times. In other words, the giant battlefield has been passed down during the ancient God Emperor's generation. Countless top experts have fallen in that battlefield. Moreover, those top experts did not consist of solely human beings, but of many special clans as well. For example, within your hometown Green Fire World, there is quite a number of descendants of special clans, which is inclusive of the descendants of the ancient God clan. All of this should be due to that ancient battlefield, King Gutong said. Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. He had already made some guesses about what King Gutong had said. Within the Green Fire World, there were descendants from many special clans. For example, he was a descendant of the ancient God clan, and he possessed the ancient God bloodline which would be awakened when the opportunity came. Apart from that, there were also the Heavenly Monster bloodline, Sky-Devouring clan bloodline, Crimson Phoenix clan bloodline, and many more. Most of them were top bloodlines. The Green Fire World was completely isolated from the eternal chaotic world. Under normal circumstances, how could there be descendants left behind by so many special clans? There was only one answer, and it was definitely related to the top experts of many special clans dying on that ancient battlefield. Jian Wushuang, you came to the ancient God sanctuary for the ancient God unique skills and secret skills, right? King Gutong looked over. That's right, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. However, you are a mixed bloodline between ancient gods and human beings. Hence, it is impossible for you to join the ancient god palace by normal means, King Gutong said. That's indeed the case. Hence, I could only challenge the Star Moon Tower. Moreover, I have cleared the 6th level, Jian Wushuang said. The 6th level. King Gutong raised his eyebrows, and he was not surprised. An inverse cultivator is indeed impressive. King Gutong, you knew that I was an inverse cultivator since long ago? Jian Wushuang questioned. Of course. I could tell back when I was in your hometown, King Gutong laughed. Then, did my master know that I was an inverse cultivator a long time ago as well? Jian Wushuang could not help but ask. Since I was able to tell, your master definitely knew about it a long time ago, King Gutun giggled. Your master is the most mysterious and most unfathomable expert of all the numerous experts I have seen in my whole life. Chapter 1634, Azura Tribe. Chapter 1634, Azura Tribe. After pausing for some time, King Gutong continued talking. Your master is supposed to be extremely weak. However, he was able to appear in that ancient battlefield and also stop the corrosion from the sinister power in time for me. It must be known that this sinister power caused even a peak 7-star royal ancient god like me to give up all hope. Moreover, after interacting with him for a period of time, I have a feeling that he is very closely related to that ancient battlefield. It is even to the extent that I suspected that he was a consciousness body that was left behind by a peak expert who died on that battlefield. Of course, this is only my guess, and I am not sure whether it is true. As Jian Wushuang listened, his expression became even more grave. He knew that his own master was a mystery. At the same time, the battlefield that his hometown was in contained shocking secrets. However, no matter what the secrets were, he would be unable to search for them with his current abilities. In the end, his abilities were still too weak. Even a top 7-star royal ancient god like King Gutong has treated that battlefield as a nightmarish place. From this, it can be seen how dangerous that battlefield is. Hence, if I want to search for the secrets of that battlefield, at the very least, I need to possess the abilities of an almighty before I have the right to do so. In order to make everything clear, I might have to become even stronger. Jian Wushuang's eyes were glowing with a strange expression. However, he was extremely firm like never before. No matter how much further he had to go before being able to find out everything to answer his own questions, he would still do his very best to fight for it. After all, that secret was related to too many things. It was related to his master, who he respected the most and who he was greatly indebted to. It was related to the survival or extinction of his hometown, the Green Fire World. It was related to the infinite number of living things in the Green Fire World, which included many of his loved ones and good friends. In addition, it was also related to everything else. He would definitely make everything clear one day. However, at that very moment, he was still very far away from being able to do that. Boom! All of a sudden, a fierce, booming sound could be heard. With that, Jian Wushuang and King Gutong, who were in the palace, were alarmed. Jian Wushuang frowned. This should be done by the Azura tribe. Those people are really persistent. King Gutong shook his head and laughed. Azura tribe? What's going on? Jian Wushuang questioned. It has not been long since I returned to the ancient god sanctuary. Moreover, after I returned, I settled down there as a tribe. In addition, quite a number of experts, as well as King Guyu, the current ruler of the Gu King city, also knew that I returned. However, my abilities never recovered, and it was not convenient for me to show myself. Thus, over the past few years, no matter who came to see me, I rejected all of them. As time passed by, the news of my abilities having deteriorated leaked out. However, this piece of news was never confirmed. As such, the Azura tribe came to provoke us repeatedly, King Gutong laughed. They are testing you. A thought flashed through Jian Wushuang's mind, and he understood. As some of the top experts in the Gu King city were unable to confirm whether King Gutong's abilities were at their peak, they got the Azura tribe to step in and provoke him repeatedly. With just the ancient gods under King Gutong's lineage, they would naturally be unable to compete against the Azura tribe. Thus, King Gutong would be forced to take action. As soon as King Gutong took action, his abilities would be revealed immediately. The Azura tribe is merely a normal ancient god tribe outside the Gu King city, and their strongest expert is just a stage 3, 6-star ancient god. If there is no one supporting them, they will not have the guts to provoke me even if they knew that my abilities have deteriorated. As King Gutong spoke, his eyes unleashed an infinite amount of light which could put extreme pressure on anyone. Indeed, he was a top 7-star royal ancient god. Even if his abilities were to deteriorate, as long as he was not dead, no one would dare to act impudently in front of him. Even if they were to pluck up some courage, the Azura tribe, which was ruled by a stage 3 6-star ancient god, would not dare to find trouble for him. As for who was supporting the Azura tribe behind their back, Jian Wushuang had a good idea of it. Jian Wushuang, moments ago you mentioned that you cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower. King Gutong looked toward Jian Wushuang. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Since that's the case, please help me out and send the Azura tribe away, King Gutong said. No problem. Jian Wushuang did not hesitate, and he stood up immediately. After that, he bowed to King Gutong and walked out of the palace. As soon as he left the palace, Jian Wushuang could hear the booming sound that was coming from the void outside the tribe continuously. It was obvious that some experts were fighting over there. Moreover, by looking at the divine power which had been spread all over the void, the abilities of the two people who were fighting were not weak, and they should be 6-star ancient gods. Swoosh! With a flash of his body, Jian Wushuang hurried toward the battlefield. At the void outside the tribe, there were a great number of people, and they were all ancient gods under King Gutong. At that very moment, they were looking at the battlefield in front of them worriedly. Elder Yi was also within the crowd. Elder Yi. Jian Wushuang appeared beside Elder Yi. Jian Wushuang, you have come. Elder Yi glanced at Jian Wushuang. Beside them, quite a number of clansmen also noticed Jian Wushuang's existence. Elder Ing and Brother Guyang, long time no see. Jian Wushuang greeted some of the people who he was once familiar with. Jian Wushuang, it's actually you. When those acquaintances saw Jian Wushuang again, all of them could not help but cry out in alarm. It should be known that they had not seen Jian Wushuang for tens of thousands of years, and they thought that Jian Wushuang had died previously. When they saw him again, they naturally could not help but gasp. Oh! Jian Wushuang looked toward the battlefield in front of him. Within the battlefield, 2 shadows had revealed their ancient god bodies. They were both 6-star gold-armored ancient gods, and Jian Wushuang knew one of them. Gu Heng. A thought flashed past Jian Wushuang's mind. Back then in the Eternal Zone, Gu Heng was a genius of the ancient god clan, which he came across. The Eternal Zone was a mystery land. Moreover, the ancient gods were under huge restrictions in the Green Fire world, and it was difficult for them to display their abilities. Hence, even their speed of improvement was extremely slow. However, ever since those ancient gods returned to the ancient god sanctuary, their abilities skyrocketed. For example, at that moment, Gu Heng had already become a 6-star ancient god. Although he was only a stage 1 6-star ancient god, he was considered one of the top few among the stage 1 6-star ancient gods. In addition, his bloodline was extremely pure, and he had cultivated some ancient god unique skills before. As such, even though he was facing a stage 2 6-star ancient god at that moment, he was able to fight an intense battle with him for a long period of time. Although Gu Heng's abilities and his mastery of the ancient god unique skills are not too bad, it is a pity that the gap between the power of a stage 1 6-star ancient god and a stage 2 6-star ancient god is too huge. For him to be able to fight against the stage 2 6-star ancient god for some time, it is already considered good. However, in the end, the results will be, Jian Wushuang shook his head. As expected, after a short while, Gu Heng was defeated. Chapter 1635, One Face-Off. Chapter 1635, One Face-Off. King Gutong's lineage, which once stood at the peak of the Gu King city, has fallen completely? The expert that it sent out is trash like this? A wanton and loud laughter reverberated across the universe. The six-star, gold-armored, ancient god who defeated Guheng was floating in the sky, and the unreasonable amount of aura on his body was oppressing everyone. Damn it! Many clansmen under King Gutong's lineage were extremely furious. However, they were unable to do anything. Apart from King Gutong, Guheng was the strongest person within their lineage. However, it was obvious that he was not an opponent for the six-star, gold-armored ancient god that was in front of them. Since their abilities were inferior to the six-star ancient god, no matter how arrogant he was, they would be unable to do anything. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang, who was within the crowd, stepped out abruptly. "Leave this person to me," Jian Wushuang said. Jian Wushuang. Before Elder Yi, Eldering, and the rest of the people could react, Jian Wushuang had already stepped forward. Jian Wushuang went in front of that six-star, gold-armored ancient god directly. "Let me be your opponent," Jian Wushuang said. "You?" The six-star, gold-armored ancient god shot a glance at Jian Wushuang, and he sneered straight away. "Haha, looks like King Gutong's lineage has really fallen. The person who have sent just now is still a six-star ancient god. But now they have actually sent a five-star ancient god. This is really funny. King Gutong's face has really been totally thrown away by all these people under him." After hearing what was said, many ancient gods of King Gutong's lineage clenched their fists tightly, and they were enraged. Jian Wushuang had an indifferent expression, as he had never fought for himself. However, dark golden light appeared from his body, and he became 100-foot-tall, lofty ancient god instantly. Powerful aura was released from Jian Wushuang's body. At the same time, the pressure from his bloodline was also released. The eyes of the six-star, gold-armored ancient god, who was originally extremely arrogant, shrank fiercely when he saw Jian Wushuang's ancient god body. A royal ancient god. Many ancient gods of King Gutong's lineage revealed a shocked expression in succession. In the whole Gu King city, and even the whole ancient god sanctuary, there were not many people who possessed the royal ancient god bloodline. Jian Wushuang did not say anything unnecessary. The Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hands, and his powerful sword essence shot up to the highest heavens. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang moved. Bam! Bam! The big feet of the ancient god's body that Jian Wushuang had transformed into were stomping into the ground madly. His body was like a huge mountain that was charging, and his speed was extremely fast. As he charged forward, the aura and the pressure from his bloodline became stronger and heavier respectively. The eyes of the six-star, gold-armored ancient god were filled with malice. "Humph, so what if you're a royal ancient god? In the end, you are only a five-star. Since you wish to bring shame on yourself, I shall grant you your wish." Boom! The six-star, gold-armored ancient god's movement tore open the void. His hands were holding a golden big hammer tightly, and had already started to gather a vast amount of power. However, just as the both of them were about to clash head-on, the six-star, gold-armored ancient god was about to swing the big hammer in his hands. Buzz! Jian Wushuang's body flashed strangely, and he disappeared from the front of the six-star, gold-armored ancient god straight away. What? The six-star, gold-armored ancient god became shocked at once. Straight away after that, an ear-piercing, explosive sound could be heard from behind him. When he turned his head fiercely, he saw a brilliant, dazzling sword light. This speed! How can he be so fast? The six-star, gold-armored ancient god opened his eyes wide, and he was unable to react at all. Piak! The sword light dissipated, and the sword blade of Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword struck the huge body of the six-star, gold-armored ancient god. His powerful strength had caused the six-star, gold-armored ancient god's body to shake, and he retreated backwards while staggering. In the end, he fell to the ground. However, he stood up again in an instant, and his eyes, which were looking at Jian Wushuang, filled with anger. If I had used the edge of my sword just now, your head would already be gone. Jian Wushuang's cold voice resounded across the universe. The six-star, gold-armored, ancient god's body trembled. Even though he was extremely furious, he could only suppress his anger and not let it show. He knew that Jian Wushuang was right. If Jian Wushuang had used the sword edge instead of the sword blade just then, he would already be dead. Is he really only a 5-star ancient god? The 6-star gold-armored ancient god felt that it was unbelievable. He was a stage 2 6-star ancient god. However, he was defeated after one face-off. Moreover, he would already be dead if his opponent had not shown him mercy. This was something that a 5-star ancient god could do. When the ancient gods of King Gutong's lineage, who were standing by the side of the battlefield, saw such a scene, they became stupefied as well. Jian Wushuang, hee. Guheng opened his eyes big and his face was filled with disbelief. He defeated a stage 2 6-star ancient god in just one face-off. Elder Ing and Gu Yang were both extremely shocked. The Jian Wushuang who they knew was a genius. However, he was far from being so frightening. As expected of the top expert to have cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, Elder Yi clenched both his fists tightly. Amidst a void, far away from the battlefield, there were a few shadows. These people were experts from the Azura tribe. In particular, the person at the front was the leader of the Azura tribe, Guluo. They had been staying in the void, and they were keeping track of everything that was happening on the battlefield. At the start, when the 6-star, gold-armored ancient god of their tribe had defeated Guheng easily, they had laughed as they were pleased and not surprised in the slightest. However, at that very moment, the experts of the Azura tribe were so shocked that they were stunned. How is that possible? That little kid is only a 5-star ancient god. With the power of 5-star ancient god, he defeated a stage 2 6-star ancient god instantly. Moreover, he also possessed the royal bloodline. This person, could he be the exceptional genius whose name shook the Gu King city after clearing the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower not long ago? The first in history. The experts understood quickly. If it's really him, then that explains it. The leader of the Azura tribe squinted his eyes and he took a look at Jian Wushuang, who was far away. After that, his body moved and he headed toward the battlefield in front of him. As for the people behind him, they naturally followed him closely. In a jiffy, Guluo and his people appeared on the battlefield. Leader, I am incompetent. The 6-star, golden-armored ancient god who was defeated in the hands of Jian Wushuang apologized to Guluo right away. This matter is not your fault. Guluo waved his hands, and his eyes already looked toward Jian Wushuang, royal ancient god bloodline. Although you are merely a 5-star ancient god, you have such strong fighting capabilities. If my guess is not wrong, you should be the genius Gu Jian who cleared the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, right? That's me, Jian Wushuang admitted openly. Chapter 1636, Brothers. Chapter 1636, Brothers. For you to be able to clear the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, you are indeed not normal. However, today's matter is unrelated to you. Guluo chuckled. After that, his eyes moved, and he looked at the huge place of residence of the tribe which was behind Jian Wushuang. After taking a deep breath, a sonorous voice came out of Guluo's mouth. Guluo, leader of the Azura tribe, wishes for an audience with King Gutong. His voice was extremely loud. It reverberated across the area and did not dissipate even after a long time. However, there was no reply from the place of residence. Such a scene had caused many ancient gods under King Gutong's lineage to be furious. Damn it, who do you think our king is? He is not someone you can meet as and when you want. Elder Yi was the first person to shout at him. Humph. No matter what, I will see King Gutong today. Guluo's eyes were cold, and he had already started to walk toward the place of tribe of the tribe. At that instant, many ancient gods under King Gutong's lineage unleashed their auras and also took out their own weapons as they wanted to keep Guluo outside the place of residence of the tribe. "You fools, not enough to stop me." Guluo ignored everyone in front of him, and he continued walking. Seeing that Guluo was walking over, Jian Wushuang also held his long sword on his hands. In addition, fighting intent was about to burst forth from his body. Guluo stopped walking and looked toward Jian Wushuang. "Gu Jian, although your abilities are not too bad, it is still not enough to stop me." After talking, Guluo continued walking. Jian Wushuang's expression turned grave. However, in his mind he had to admit that what Guluo had said was true. At the very moment, he could at most compete against a top stage 2 6-star ancient god. However, if he were to come across a stage 3 6-star ancient god, he would definitely be suppressed. Moreover, it had been less than 100 years since he had unleashed his secret skill of Star Palace. Thus, his star power had not recovered yet, and he was unable to use the secret skill. He was unable to stop Guluo. However, at that very moment, Guluo, all of a sudden, a deep, drawn-out voice could be heard, and it came from the place of residence of the tribe, which was far away. Guluo, who had been moving forward, stopped walking immediately, and he did not dare to take another step forward. His expression also became modest and respectful straightaway. The lines of vision of everyone present moved towards the source of that drawn-out voice. Over there, a stalwart body was moving over slowly. "King! King!" All the ancient gods of King Gutong's lineage knelt down and bowed to him with joined hands. Under such worship, King Gutong, who was 3 meters tall and had penetrating eyes, walked in front of everyone proudly. "I am Guluo. Greetings to King Gutong," Guluo greeted respectfully. King Gutong's expression was cold, and his proud eyes looked at Guluo, who was in front of him. "You wish to see me?" "That's right." Guluo was extremely respectful. However, he also felt terrified. At the same time, Guluo could already tell that King Gutong was indeed in poor health. Seems like the rumors back then were real. King Gutong's abilities have deteriorated greatly and have not recovered since then. "It is no wonder that he does not show himself," Guluo said. Of course, even though King Gutong was in poor health, he did not dare to be rash. "In order to meet me, you spared no effort to provoke my people again and again. Moreover, you even want to charge into my tribe forcefully. You are really very daring." King Gutong's voice was icy cold, and it was unknown as to what he was feeling. "I was too reckless, and I hope that King Gutong can forgive me." Guluo apologized immediately. Reckless? After all, you're the leader of a tribe, and you should not be so stupid. You had better get the person behind you to show himself. King Gutong's voice spread across the area slowly. Guluo was stunned. However, he could not help but laugh immediately. King Gutong, he was once an absolute overlord of the ancient god sanctuary and a peak 7-star royal ancient god. Although his abilities had deteriorated greatly, the authority that he possessed was not something a mere 6-star ancient god like him could provoke. Guluo was certain about that. Thus, since he had dared to do what he had done, there was naturally someone who was supporting him behind his back. After King Gutong's voice echoed across the area, a loud laugh reverberated across the universe as well. "Ha! Gutong, long time no see. I trust that you have been well since we parted?" The laughter came from every corner of the universe. At the next moment, a body came into shape slowly in the universe. Similarly, he possessed a body which was 3 meters tall. He wore purple armor, looked handsome, and had a cold expression. There were 8 stars in the space between his eyebrows, and he was extremely imposing. Such elegance and dignity had caused people to submit themselves to his rule. An 8-star ancient god. When everyone around the area, including Jian Wushuang, saw the approaching person, all of them were shocked. After that, they became aware of the identity of the approaching person. In the whole of Gu King City, there was only one 8-star ancient god, and he was the current ruler of the Gu King City, King Guyu. As expected, the person behind the Azura tribe is indeed King Guyu. Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. King Gutong had both his hands behind his back. As he looked at King Guyu in front of him, he was not surprised in the slightest bit. Read more chapter on novel full. Gutong, after so many years, this is the first time that I have seen you in such a miserable state. King Guyu's voice was indifferent. What did you come here for? King Gutong said apathetically, If I were to not come, could it be that you plan to not show yourself forever? Haha, if my guess is not wrong, you have been unwilling to show yourself all the while as you do not wish for me to see this miserable state of yours. King Gutong sniggered. I do not need you to interfere in my matters. King Gutong's eyes shrank. Hee, you are still stubborn, just like before. King Guyu shook his head slowly. Back then, both you and I competed endlessly for the right to rule the Gu King City. This is a fact, and it was also a fair competition. In the end, both you and I are brothers. No matter what the result is in a fight between brothers, it is our own personal matter. However, even though you are already in such a tragic state, you still refuse to lower your head and admit defeat. Thus, I have no choice. As the elder brother, I can only take the initiative to come and find you. After all, you are my one and only brother in this world. After hearing what was said, King Gutong's expression changed slightly. As for the people in the area, they were all shocked. King Guyu and King Gutong were brothers. From the looks of it, they were biological brothers. This, Jian Wushuang's could not help but be puzzled. When he was chatting with King Gutong previously, King Gutong did not mention such a point. Instead, he had only said that he had been competing with King Guyu all the while for the right to rule the Gu King City. Hence, in order to make a breakthrough to become an 8-star ancient god, both of them had traveled outside to find opportunities. In the end, King Guyu had made a breakthrough successfully. However, King Gutong was hit by the corrosion from the sinister power and reduced to a very tragic state. Moreover, to date, he had still not recovered completely. However, Jian Wushuang did not expect the two people who had been competing endlessly to actually be biological brothers. Gutong, both you and I are brothers. Thus, it is the same no matter who is ruling the Gu King City. What I possess is what you possess as well. I will think of a way to help you recover your abilities. Please come back. King Guyu's words, which were filled with warmth, echoed across the universe. At the same time, they also echoed within King Gutong's mind. Chapter 1637, Lovesick. Chapter 1637, Lovesick. The whole universe had quietened down. At the center of the universe, King Guyu and King Gutong were looking at each other, and even the air froze. After a long time, King Gutong laughed apathetically. Seems like I really cannot do anything about you. I'll be waiting for you in the Gu King City, King Guyu said. All right. King Gutong nodded his head. He was a very proud and aloof person. Even though he had lost, it was not that he was unwilling to lower his head. Instead, he felt ashamed to see King Guyu, his elder brother. As such, he remained at his current location and did not return to the Gu King City. This was a kind of stubbornness. However, it could also be said to be a kind of pride. It was not until that moment, when King Guyu appeared and swallowed his pride completely to appear as his elder brother to persuade him, that King Gutong finally accepted his offer. Upon seeing King Gutong nodding his head, King Guyu revealed a smile. After that, his eyes moved, and he looked at Jian Wushuang. Little kid, you are Gu Jian. Gu Jian is my alias. My real name is Jian Wushuang, Jian Wushuang said with respect. Jian Wushuang. King Guyu raised his eyebrows. For you to be able to clear the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, you are not too bad. After talking, King Guyu's body turned vague, and he disappeared from this piece of universe. It was only after King Guyu left that the atmosphere at their location eased up completely. King Gutong, the leader of the Azura tribe, Guluo, said with respect, "The matter this time round was planned by King Guyu secretly, and my Azura tribe was merely following his orders. If we have offended you in any way, we hope that you can forgive us. I shall treat this matter as though it never happened. You may leave now." King Gutong waved his hands. "Thank you very much." Guluo heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he brought the ancient gods under him along with him and left straight away. Atop the void, under the gazes of many clansmen, King Gutong raised his head and looked up at the sky. It was only a long time later that he sighed. "All of you are to make your preparations. We will return to Gu King City 3 days later," King Gutong instructed. In a split second, the clansmen of the whole tribe rejoiced. Upon seeing that, Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. 3 days later, the whole tribe of King Gutong's lineage relocated into the Gu King City. After reaching the Gu King City, they moved to the place that King Guyu had prearranged a long time ago. Moreover, King Gutong also returned to the Gu King City. Even though his abilities had deteriorated, he was still one of the overlords of the Gu King City. With his position, no one could touch him. As for Jian Wushuang, he naturally returned to the ancient God Palace. For the next period of time, he would continue to stay in the ancient God Palace to train so that he could familiarize himself with the ancient God lineages for unique skills, as well as the 2 secret skills. For the past few years, although he had grasped the 4 unique skills and 2 secret skills during the intense battles he had only grasped them in their early stages. As such, there was still much room for him to improve. Time was merciless, and it continued to flow. Jian Wushuang had already lived for tens of thousands of years. To experts of the eternal chaotic world, Jian Wushuang was still considered very young. To Jian Wushuang, who had lived for quite a long period of time, thousands of years of time were considered nothing. In a flash, Jian Wushuang had already come to the eternal chaotic world for 1,700 years. In front of a stone table in a giant garden in the ancient God Palace, there was a golden-haired youth sitting alone and drinking wine. "Gu Zhen." A voice could be heard, and Jian Wushuang appeared within the garden. "Why are you drinking wine alone here?" Jian Wushuang wore a smile. He had participated in the same ancient God Palace assessment as Jingu. After that, for the past few years in the ancient God Palace, their relationship was still considered not too bad. "Gu Jian, you have come at the right time. Come and drink with me." Gu Zhan waved his hand, and another wine cup appeared on the stone table at once. Jian Wushuang did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside the stone table straight away. "From your look, could it be that you are thinking of someone you love?" Jian Wushuang asked randomly. "Haha, you have guessed correctly," Gu Zhen laughed. "I am thinking of her, and I really, really miss her." "If that's the case, why don't you look for her?" Jian Wushuang questioned. "Of course, I wish to look for her. However, there's no use. Even if I went, I would not be able to see her. She's a real genius, and her background cannot be compared to mine. For the past few years, I trained extremely hard so that I could catch up with her one day. However, looking at it now, the distance between me and her is getting even wider. Even though we have feelings for each other, it's unsure whether we will really be together in the end. Now I'm merely feeling lovesick and enduring the pain of this lovesickness." Gu Zhen laughed at himself. "Love will find a way. As long as you work hard, you will definitely end up with the person you love," Jian Wushuang said. "Haha, love will find a way. You actually believe those words?" Gu Zhen shook his head and laughed. All of a sudden, he looked at Jian Wushuang. "Oh, right. Jian Wushuang, do you have someone you love?" "Me." Jian Wushuang was stunned. However, he could not help but raise the wine cup in front of him. "I have a beloved wife." After talking, he drank the wine in his wine cup down in one gulp. A wife? I'm really envious of you, Gu Zhen gasped in admiration. Envious of me? Jian Wushuang glanced at Gu Zhen, and his expression turned a bit unusual. Gu Zhen was envious of him. However, in actual fact, he was envious of Gu Zhen. At the very least, Gu Zhen knew where his beloved person was and how she was doing. Hence, he could continue to work hard for her. But what about him? At that very moment, he did not even know where his wife was. He had been doing his best to find her in the eternal chaotic world. Although he had finally managed to find her once, and she was already very close to him, in the end, he could only look on as she left him. He knew that her aura and consciousness were in a completely sealed state and that they might disappear at any time. Moreover, there was another evil consciousness occupying her body and committing evil deeds all around the eternal chaotic world. However, he was unable to do anything about it. You have merely experienced the pain of lovesickness. As for me, I have been suffering all the while. Jian Wushuang forced a smile. However, his eyes were filled with unprecedented resolve and determination. He had never given up on his wife. All the effort that he had put in up to that moment had been for his wife. Schwanger, wait for a while more. I will definitely find you and bring you back in one piece to our hometown happily. Definitely. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly. His fingertips had already cut his flesh and blood flowed from it. However, at that very moment, Jian Wushuang's body shook fiercely. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank. This kind of feeling. Could it be? Jian Wushuang was delighted. Gu Zhen, you can continue drinking. I have an urgent matter to attend to, and I cannot drink with you any more. After Jian Wushuang spoke, he left quickly. Gu Zhen was still sitting beside the stone table. As he looked at Jian Wushuang, who had left abruptly, he had a doubtful expression. We had been having such a great conversation. How can he just leave like that? Although he was in doubt, Gu Zhen did not give chase. Instead, he continued drinking alone. In the ancient god palace, Jian Wushuang came to a secret room in the hall which he stayed in. After that, he placed a seal around the secret room to stop people from coming in to disturb him. Straight away after that, he sat down with his legs crossed immediately. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang's eyes were overflowing with delightfulness. Jian Wushuang, your chance has come and you must not miss it at any cost. Instead, you must make the best of it. The king of venomous worms' voice echoed in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang could tell from the king of venomous worms' voice that he was over the moon at that moment as well. As he had been living in Jian Wushuang's body, he was knowledgeable about Jian Wushuang's current state. He knew that Jian Wushuang was about to make a breakthrough. Chapter 1638. Breakthrough, Ultimate Real God. Chapter 1638. Breakthrough, Ultimate Real God. Breakthrough. It was naturally a breakthrough to become a real god. For the 4 requirements that one needed to fulfill to make a breakthrough to become a real god, Jian Wushuang had achieved the first 3 when he was in the human being's territory. The only remaining requirement was the last one, which was the opportunity to make a breakthrough. The opportunity to make a breakthrough was vague, and Jian Wushuang did not know when it would be or under what circumstances would it come. He had already accepted that fact, and he decided to go with the flow. However, what he absolutely did not expect was that the opportunity to make a breakthrough would actually come so quickly and suddenly. This opportunity is extremely rare. If I were to miss it, I would have no idea how much longer I would need to wait for the next one. Moreover, this opportunity might not ever come again. No matter what, I have to make a breakthrough to real God this time round. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly. After that, with a thought, elixirs appeared in front of him immediately. Those elixirs were prepared beforehand for him to make a breakthrough to real God. He was different from Duan Lingfeng. When Duan Lingfeng made a breakthrough to real God in the burning demon region back then, it had actually occurred very suddenly. Moreover, it had occurred when he was in danger, and he did not make any preparations for it. However, Jian Wushuang had made ample preparations a long time ago. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes, and his vigorous divine power started to rise from his body. The whole secret room became silent, and only the slight noise generated from the rising divine power remained. Time passed by. In a flash, 200 years had passed. Within a lofty hall in the ancient god palace, Gu Yi, a stalwart body, appeared in front of King Gu Yi abruptly. King Gu Yi, who was browsing through a bamboo strip, raised his head. When he saw the approaching person, he stood up immediately. At the same time, he revealed a modest expression. Lord Gu Tong, I have told you many times, as you are also a 7-star royal ancient god now. Your realm is similar to mine, and there is no need for you to call me Lord. Moreover, I have still not completely gotten rid of the sinister power within my body. Thus, by comparing abilities, I am very inferior to you, King Gutong said. Both you and Lord Guyu have always been existences that I revered. King Gu still did not change his tone. It should be known that a very long time ago, when King Gutong and King Gu you were fighting for the right to rule the Gu King city, Gu Yi was merely a little kid who was only a 5-star ancient god. Moreover, at that time he was under King Gutong's sect, and he saw King Gutong as his idol. Even though many years had passed and his abilities had achieved the same level as King Gutong's, he was still extremely respectful to King Gutong. I will leave it to you to do what you want. King Gutong did not say much. This time around, I have come to ask about the training progress of that little kid who is under me. Lord, you can set your mind at ease. Those little kids are not too bad, and they have already obtained all the rights to comprehend the 4 unique skills. In particular, Gu Heng, who is the most outstanding person, has already obtained all the rights to inherit the secret skill, Thunder Attracting Skill, King Gu Yi said. The ancient gods within the ancient god palace will all be introduced to the 4 unique skills step by step. As for the 3 secret skills, they will need to fulfill certain requirements before they are able to inherit them. They were unlike Jian Wushuang, who could inherit the 4 unique skills and 2 secret skills straight away after clearing the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower. Oh, right. What about Jian Wushuang? I am referring to Gu Jian, King Gutong asked again. Gu Jian is a true genius. For the past few years, his speed of improvement in the ancient god palace has been very shocking. He has grasped the 4 unique skills so well that they have achieved a very high level. Moreover, his 2 secret skills have also achieved quite a high level. In addition, 200 years ago, he secluded himself in training in a secret room, King Gu Yi said. Secluded himself in training? King Gutong's expression changed. From what I know, at the start, Jian Wushuang was still having a very good conversion with one of my clansmen. However, all of a sudden, he went to seclude himself in training. If I am not wrong, he has probably found an opportunity to make a breakthrough, and he is about to make a breakthrough soon, King Gu Yi said. Oh! King Gutong could not help but laugh. He is going to make a breakthrough to 6-star ancient god in such a short amount of time. This little kid. Within the secret room, Jian Wushuang was still sitting down with his legs crossed, and there were some droplets of sweat on his forehead. Break! 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 Jian Wushuang shouted continuously, and the great amount of divine power which had accumulated in his body was striking a barrier repeatedly. At the same time, his hands were holding the blood mountain, sword tightly. When he swung his sword toward the void, repeatedly, a huge amount of sword essence appeared. In order to make a breakthrough to real God, he needed to surpass his own limits forcefully. This step was extremely difficult, and the time taken for the process would also be exceptionally long. Under normal circumstances, The shortest time required for universe God to make a breakthrough to real God was tens of years, while the longest time was hundreds of years. Moreover, as an inverse cultivator, Jian Wushuang's process of making a breakthrough would be even longer, and he had already used a total of 200 years. At that moment, boom! Jian Wushuang's body shook violently. He had finally broken through his limits. An enormous amount of divine power was revolving within his body madly, and in an instant, it started to undergo a transformation. Such a transformation was strange. It was not just a transformation in terms of quality. The most important thing was that all the divine power in his body was actually gathering at one point madly. In the end, the vast sea of divine power completely changed into a golden water droplet. The golden water droplet was the size of the fist of a baby, and it contained divine power that was many times stronger than the divine power Jian Wushuang possessed when he was still a universe god. Ultimate divine power. I have achieved the 6th step of cultivation strength. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes fiercely. His eyes were glowing extremely brilliantly, and he was over the moon. An inverse cultivator was completely different from a normal cultivator. When a normal cultivator made a breakthrough from universe God to real God, his divine power and body would change in terms of quality. Hence, his abilities as a whole could rise considerably. As for an inverse cultivator, when he made a breakthrough from universe God to real God, he would enter the 6th step of cultivation strength from the 5th step of cultivation strength. As for the 6th step of cultivation strength, it was an ultimate real God. Similarly, Jian Wushuang's divine power and body would become more powerful upon entering this step. However, what was different was that Jian Wushuang would possess the ultimate divine power and ultimate body. The ultimate divine power was the golden water droplet which had formed inside Jian Wushuang's body. This divine power, Jian Wushuang was feeling the golden water droplet within his body. At the next moment, when his wrist moved, the golden water droplet released some golden divine power immediately. Rustle. The void in the whole secret room was torn into pieces instantly. It's too strong. This is too strong. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes wide. Although Jian Wushuang already had some knowledge about the 6th step of cultivation strength and the ultimate divine power, he still could not help but be shocked. If I am not wrong, my current divine power is so powerful that it can rival a chaotic real god's. Chaotic real god. That's right. The divine power and body of the current Jian Wushuang had achieved the level of a chaotic real god. It must be known that Jian Wushuang had only just become an ultimate real god, and he was a stage 1 ultimate real god, which was equivalent to a void real god of a normal cultivator. However, his divine power and body had already achieved the level of a chaotic real god. In the future, if he were to become a stage 2 ultimate real god, his divine power and body would be at the level of a normal almighty. At stage 3, his divine power and body would be comparable to top almighties, like the Star Palace Master and an 8-star ancient god. In other words, if his unique skills, secret skills, comprehension of the heaven way as well as other techniques were able to catch up to his realm, he would be able to achieve a very high level that was similar to the Star Palace Master, even though he was still in the realm of a real god. That was the 6th step of an inverse cultivator, ultimate real god. Chapter 1639, Transformation Phase, Deep Sleep. Chapter 1639, Transformation Phase, Deep Sleep. Even though I am only a stage 1 ultimate real god, my divine power is equivalent to that of a chaotic real god. This is really impressive. Jian Wushuang gasped in admiration. At the same time, he was also feeling the power of the golden water droplet within his body thoroughly. According to the method of the 6th step of cultivation strength, when the first ultimate divine power water droplet is formed, I will only be an early stage 1 ultimate real god. In the future, the second and third ultimate divine power water droplets will form as well. With that, the ultimate divine power that I can control will increase even more and become even more majestic. Moreover, when the 10th ultimate divine power water droplet is formed, I will be able to make a breakthrough to become a stage 2 ultimate real God. After that, I will continue to form ultimate divine power water droplets until 100 of them are formed. With that, the ultimate divine power water droplets will fuse together and form an ultimate divine power pearl, and I will undergo a complete change to become a stage 3 ultimate real God. At that time, my divine power will be comparable to a top almighty's, like the Star Palace Masters. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and he was extremely delighted. At the same time, he was gasping in admiration. It was no wonder that many top experts in the eternal chaotic world would be so afraid of inverse cultivators. It was really because inverse cultivators were too frightening, especially those inverse cultivators who had cleared the inverse cultivation test for the third heaven, as they had unlimited possibilities. Take real God Wu Bei as an example. In actual fact, his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei was not considered very high, and it could not be compared to that of a normal almighty. However, he had achieved stage 3 ultimate real God. With that, his divine power was many times stronger than a normal almighty's. Even though his comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei was slightly weaker, he would still be able to compete on equal footing with a normal almighty. Moreover, he would even be able to push back almighties with slightly weaker abilities. Furthermore, as soon as his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei became higher, he would definitely be able to reach a level similar to the Star Palace Master. If a mere 6th step real God were already so strong, what about the 7th step? It was really unimaginable. If an inverse cultivator were to enter the 7th step, what level would he be at? From what Jian Wushuang thought, an inverse cultivator who had entered the 7th step would be at the Emperor level, even if he had only just entered it. It's not only my divine power, my body is the same as well. Jian Wushuang giggled. After becoming an ultimate real God, Jian Wushuang realized an exciting thing. One of the 4 secret skills of the lineage of Star, Shenmia Golden Body, that had put in quite a bit of effort to cultivate, had become utterly useless to him. It was indeed useless to him. After all, there were only 3 volumes of Shenmia Golden Body. By cultivating it to its peak, it could only allow his body to achieve the level of a chaotic real God. However, at that very moment, he had made a breakthrough and become an ultimate real God. Hence, his body had naturally achieved the level of a chaotic real God as well. My ancient God power has also made a breakthrough. With a thought, a significant amount of ancient God power appeared in Jian Wushuang's body immediately. Moreover, all the ancient God power gathered at the space between his eyebrows, and this caused patterns of quadrangular star to appear in the space between his eyebrows. Initially, there were 5 stars. However, at that very moment, the 6th quadrangular star had appeared. 6-star, ancient God. Jian Wushuang had only just become an ultimate real God, and he was at stage 1. However, if his ancient power and divine power combined, and he was to unleash the ancient God unique skills and secret skills, their power would definitely achieve a level that was never seen before. In short, with the breakthrough, his abilities had definitely risen many times when they were compared to the past. Jian Wushuang had absolute confidence to face a chaotic real God. Moreover, if his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei were higher, he would be even more frightening. Puff! After exhaling, Jian Wushuang, who was over the moon, regained his composure. All right, King of Venomous Worms, since I have already made a breakthrough to become a 6-star ancient God, you should have made a breakthrough along with me, right? I remembered you telling me that there was a vast threshold between a 5-star ancient God and 6-star ancient God. As soon as I make a breakthrough, you will also undergo a significant change and might even awaken many fighting abilities. Am I right? Jian Wushuang questioned. However, When his words left his mouth, he did not get an answer from the king of venomous worms, even after a long time. King of venomous worms. Read more chapter on 6th novel. Jian Wushuang frowned, and he shouted for the king of venomous worms in his mind this time around. Stop shouting. Finally, the king of venomous worms' voice could be heard, and his voice was obviously a lot deeper. Jian Wushuang, let me first congratulate you for finally making a breakthrough to become a real god. However, at the same time, I must tell you something. My plenilune clan grows in accordance to the ancient gods that we live in. Since you have made a breakthrough to become a 6-star ancient god, I have also been affected greatly. Now, I am in the transformation phase. However, this transformation phase requires a period of time before it is complete. During this period of time, I will be in a deep sleep. Hence, I will be unable to talk to you and also unable to help you recover your divine power. Transformation phase? Deep sleep? Jian Wushuang was stunned. The transformation phase has already begun, and I am about to enter a deep sleep. To make a long story short, for a while, I will be unable to help you, and you'll have to rely on yourself for everything. Please be extremely careful and don't die before I wake up from my transformation, the king of venomous worms warned. I understand, Jian Wushuang nodded his head. How long will your transformation phase take? Under normal circumstances, as a plenilune centipede, my transformation phase should take tens of thousands of years. When I lived in King Luo Zhan's body back then, my transformation phase took a total of 13,000 years. However, now is my second time entering the transformation phase, so it should not take as long as before. However, I am not sure about the exact duration either. In short, you must be careful in everything you do. That's it. As soon as its words left his mouth, the king of venomous worms' aura disappeared and he had gone into a deep sleep. At this stage, the king of venomous worms actually went into a deep sleep. This is going to be a bit troublesome, Jian Wushuang frowned. It was indeed troublesome. He had just made a breakthrough to become a stage 1 ultimate real god, and only one ultimate divine power water droplet was formed. Although his divine power was reliable, the amount of divine power he possessed was not a lot. As soon as he fought and unleashed his moves wantonly, he would exhaust his divine power quickly. Thus, he would not be able to last long. Initially, there was still the king of venomous worms in his body, helping him to recover, and that would allow him to be more relaxed. However, at that very moment, the king of venomous worms had gone into a deep sleep. Thus, his only ultimate divine power water droplet was really insufficient for him. Looks like if I were to fight in the future, I would have to try my best to conserve my divine power, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He then got up slowly. The moment he got up, he could faintly hear all the bones in his body giving out crackling sounds, and his body felt refreshed. After stretching himself, Jian Wushuang finally walked out of the secret room. Within the ancient god palace, Jian Wushuang was walking toward the front slowly. At that moment, he passed by a lofty palace. All of a sudden, Jian Wushuang raised his head, and he saw a figure in front of him who was walking over. His face then wore a smile, Brother Jinyu. Gu Jinyu was a stage 2 6-star ancient god within the ancient god palace. Gu Jian. Gu Jinyu also saw Jian Wushuang. He went closer. Gu Jinyu's eyes shrank. This god power! What a strong god power! Chapter 1640, Challenging the 7th Level. Chapter 1640, Challenging the 7th Level. When the abilities of a cultivator achieved a certain level, he would give off a certain amount of pressure. For example, a universe god would have the pressure at the level of a universe god. However, when someone made a breakthrough to real god, he would possess the god power. A person's god power was related to how strong his divine power was. At that moment, the invisible pressure that Jian Wushuang gave off was able to make Gu Jinyu, a stage 2 6-star ancient god, frightened. How powerful was his god power? Gu Jian, you have made a breakthrough? Gu Jinyu looked at Jian Wushuang, dumbfounded. Yes, I have just made a breakthrough, Jian Wushuang chuckled. However, even if you have made a breakthrough to become a 6-star ancient god, how can your god power be so powerful all of a sudden? Gu Jinyu frowned as he murmured, I shall make a move first. Jian Wushuang did not continue talking to Gu Jinyu, and he left quickly. Jian Wushuang continued to walk forward alone. As I have only just made a breakthrough, I am not too familiar with manipulating my god power, and it will be released from me if I am not careful. Jian Wushuang laughed. He was already doing his best to control his god power. However, if he wanted to control it perfectly, he would still require some time. In a split second, Jian Wushuang went to the palace that King Gu Yi lived in and requested an audience with him. Within the lofty hall. As expected, he has made a breakthrough. King Gu Yu looked at Jian Wushuang in front of him. Your god power is really very powerful. King Gu Yi, I wish to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower, Jian Wushuang said straight away. The 7th level. King Gu Yi frowned. You have only just made a breakthrough. Wouldn't it be too early for you to challenge the 7th level now? King Gu Yi knew that Jian Wushuang would definitely want to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower in the future. However, at that moment, Jian Wushuang had only just made a breakthrough, and it was obvious that there was still room for his abilities to improve. Gu Jian, you should know that as your realm increases, the abilities of the opponents who you would come across in the Star Moon Tower will rise as well. King Gu Yi looked over. Back then, you were only at the level of a 5-star ancient god. If you were to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower, you would come across a stage 3 6-star ancient god. Of course, it would be a 6-star ancient god who had just entered stage 3. However, now, you have made a breakthrough to 6-star ancient god. By challenging the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower as a 6-star ancient god, the opponent who you come across will definitely possess the fighting capabilities of a top stage 3 6-star ancient god. If you really want to gauge of such a person's abilities, in terms of the human being's sanctuaries, he should be someone who is extremely close to an expert of the real god ranking list. Are you sure that you currently have the confidence to face a person with such fighting capabilities? I am confident. Jian Wushuang nodded his head immediately. So confident. King Gu Yi was surprised. He did not know about the great rise in abilities of Jian Wushuang when he made a breakthrough to real god. At that moment, Jian Wushuang absolutely had the confidence to have a head-on battle with a chaotic real god. Although he would be unable to clear the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower at such a level, not to forget, Jian Wushuang still had the secret skill of Star Palace. After 2,000 years, he could unleash his secret skill of Star Palace again. Moreover, the moment he unleashed it, his attack power would rise by 100 times. As such, he had absolute confidence that he could defeat the opponent that he would face in the 7th level. I have just made a breakthrough, and my abilities are in the eruption stage. Hence, what I need to do the most now is train under the aid of a great amount of resources, so that I can raise my abilities. As for the resources, the ancient god sanctuary does not have them. Jian Wushuang was very clear about that. At that moment, what he wanted to raise was his level of comprehension of the Heaven Way, as well as his own sword principles. However, the lineage of ancient gods seemed to have never comprehended the power of Heaven Way. As such, they naturally did not have the necessary resources. With that, Jian Wushuang decided to return to the human being's sanctuaries. However, before he left, he had to get his hands on the moon picking skill, which was the last and most powerful secret skill of the ancient god clan. Gu Jian, you are an inverse cultivator who has also cleared the inverse cultivation test for the 3rd heaven. Hence, I believe that you are definitely not an idiot who always believes that he is in the right. Now, let me ask you one last time. Are you sure that you want to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower now? King Gu Yi stared at Jian Wushuang with a grave expression. I am sure. Jian Wushuang nodded his head again. All right. When King Gu Yi waved his hands, an ancient, pitch-black tower floated out of his hands immediately. The tower floated out of the palace and appeared on the void above the ancient god palace. It then expanded quickly, and in just a short amount of time, it had become a 100-foot-tall tower. After that, its great amount of aura spread across the area immediately. Other than the ancient god palace, the vigorous aura of the Star Moon Tower also spread across each and every corner of the Gu King city immediately. Many ancient gods within the Gu King city were attracted over straight away. It's the Star Moon Tower. The Star Moon Tower has opened up again. The previous time, the super genius named Gu Jian opened up the Star Moon Tower, and he cleared the first 6 levels in one go. This time around, who has opened up the Star Moon Tower? Filled with doubts and excitement, countless ancient gods headed toward the ancient god palace. Many top experts of the ancient god palace also asked King Gu Yi about the matter. King Gu Yi replied straight away and said that Jian Wushuang wanted to challenge the 7th level. With that, the experts in the ancient god palace were completely shocked. In the vast void, a giant sacrificial altar floated up again, and it was filled with towering, vigorous auras. Swoosh! Swoosh! All of a sudden, 2 figures appeared on the sacrificial altar. Upon seeing the approaching people, everyone on the sacrificial altar stood up immediately and greeted them. The approaching people were King Guyu, the current ruler of the Gu King city, as well as his brother, King Gutong. At that moment, both of them were the people with the greatest authority in the Gu King city. When they received King Guyi's message and got to know that Jian Wushuang was about to challenge the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower, both of them came personally. On the ground, countless ancient gods were gathered together. All of them also knew that the person who wanted to challenge the Star Moon Tower was still Gu Jian, the person who created a miracle 2,000 years ago. I thought that someone else wanted to challenge the Star Moon Tower. However, I did not expect the person to actually be Lord Gu Jian, and he actually wants to challenge the 7th level. The 7th level. The highest level of the Star Moon Tower is the 7th level. In just a short 2,000 years, I wonder if Lord Gu Jian will really be able to clear the 7th level. Everyone was either filled with excitement and discussing the matter. Everyone was looking forward to it. When Jian Wushuang cleared the first 6 levels of the Star Moon Tower in one go previously, he had caused an uproar in the whole ancient god sanctuary. At that moment, if he were able to clear the 7th level, he would definitely become a legend. From then on, no matter how many years passed, he would still be talked about by the experts of the ancient god clan enthusiastically. However, the premise was that he must be able to clear the 7th level. Jian Wushuang, King Gutong, who was sitting on one of the 2 thrones at the center of the sacrificial altar, looked down with his proud eyes and asked, "Are you really confident? Please don't send yourself to death." "I am confident," Jian Wushuang nodded his head. "All right then. Please go ahead." King Gutong waved his hands. Jian Wushuang drew a light breath. After that, under the observance of countless eyes around him, he moved toward the Star Moon Tower. In the blink of an eye, he entered the Star Moon Tower. Chapter 1641, The Last Secret Skill. Chapter 1641, The Last Secret Skill. The 7th level was the last level of the Star Moon Tower. After Jian Wushuang appeared in a vast wasteland, he saw his opponent right away. His opponent had already revealed her ancient god body. It was a gold-armored ancient god. However, what was different was that its body was obviously slightly more emaciated, and it was not as big as other ancient gods. "Lady Gu Mei, it's you?" Jian Wushuang was surprised. Gu Mei was a 7-star ancient god. The 7th level of the Star Moon Tower was actually personally guarded by her. "Gu Jian, You are very outstanding, and I admire your talents. However, even though I admire your talents, I cannot break the rules of the ancient God Palace. Hence, when we fight later on, I will not show you any mercy, Gumei said. Lady Gumei, please do your best. Jian Wushuang laughed indifferently. He could tell that Gumei was merely an ancient god shadow. Thus, the abilities that she could unleash would be comparable to a real god's on the real god ranking list, and she was totally within the level of people whom he could deal with. Buzz. Rippling sword essence appeared from Jian Wushuang's body. In the next moment, Jian Wushuang made his move. Within the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower, Jian Wushuang and Gumei's ancient god were fighting an intense battle against each other. Atop the floating sacrificial altar in the sky outside the Star Moon Tower. I wonder if Jian Wushuang will be able to clear the 7th level. This Jian Wushuang is not stupid, since he has the guts to challenge the 7th level. He definitely has absolute confidence. But after all, the 7th level is guarded by Lady Gumei herself. A number of top experts were having various discussions. As for Jian Wushuang, not long after he entered the Star Moon Tower, Gumei, who was atop the sacrificial altar and had closed her eyes all the while, opened her eyes. Lady Gumei, how is it? Is Gu Jian dead or alive? The surrounding ancient gods looked at Gumei in succession. For the result, wouldn't all of you be able to find out by looking? Gumei chuckled. Everyone looked toward the Star Moon Tower at once. All of a sudden, a dim light appeared from the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower. He had cleared it. He actually succeeded. The top experts above the sacrificial altar, as well as the ancient gods below who came to observe, opened their eyes big at that very moment. At that very moment, Jian Wushuang's body had already come out from the Star Moon Tower, and he came before the sacrificial altar. Lady Gumei, thank you for letting me win. Jian Wushuang gave Gumei a bow. I did not expect you to possess that kind of peculiar secret skill. Gumei looked at Jian Wushuang with a baffled expression. Jian Wushuang smiled and did not say much. Ling Shan, bring him to the ancient god palace to inherit the last secret skill. King Guyu instructed personally. Understood. Ling Shan nodded his head and brought Jian Wushuang to the place of inheritance. After Jian Wushuang had left. Gumei, please tell us what exactly happened in the 7th level. King Guyu looked toward Gumei. I am also very curious. King Gutong also wore an interested expression. King Guyu, King Gutong, and everyone else present. Firstly, I have to say that my ancient god shadow did not hold back in the 7th level of the Star Moon Tower, and it displayed abilities that were in accordance with the standards of the Star Moon Tower, Gumei said. After Jian Wushuang became a 6-star ancient god, his abilities were indeed very powerful, and he could rival a stage 3 6-star ancient god. However, when he was fighting an intense battle against my ancient god shadow, he was completely suppressed. At the start, it was extremely one-sided, and I even thought that there was no doubt that he would die. However, in the blink of an eye, his abilities skyrocketed abruptly. If I'm not wrong, he has unleashed a very special secret skill, which allows his power to achieve a completely new level, which might even be above mine. Moreover, after unleashing his secret skill, neither did he waste any time on me, nor compete with me in terms of close-quarters combat skills. Instead, he only unleashed unique skills and secret skills to compete with me in terms of power. Even though it was purely a head-on clash of attacks, I was not his opponent and I was defeated. That's it. The top experts present all looked at one another. Among them, a red-haired, tall old man said, 2,000 years ago, when he challenged the 6th level of the Star Moon Tower, which was guarded by me, he was not my opponent at the start as well. However, all of a sudden, his abilities skyrocketed, and the power he unleashed was way greater than mine. Thus, I was defeated. It seems like he had used that secret skill as well. As soon as his words left his mouth, many experts present understood. This little kid actually possesses that kind of secret skill. No wonder he is so confident. King Gu-yi laughed apathetically. Ancient God Palace. Under the guidance of Ling Shan, Jian Wushuang came in front of the 3 black ancient attics again. Out of the 3 attics, Jian Wushuang had already gone into 2 of them and inherited the thunder-attracting skill, as well the star destruction skill. At that very moment, he was only left with the final attic. You may go in now. The rules are the same. You only have 10 years' time, Ling Shan said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. Without hesitation, he stepped into the palace. When he entered the palace, the first thing he saw was still the 1,000,000-foot-tall ancient god Shadow, which was at the end of his line of vision. The moon-picking skill is the most powerful and mysterious skill of the ancient god clan's 3 secret skills. Hence, I wonder how impressive this secret skill is. Filled with a bit of excitement, Jian Wushuang sat down with his legs crossed immediately. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes. In no time, memories of inheritance flowed into him. Jian Wushuang also did his very best to absorb the memories of inheritance. However, all of a sudden, Jian Wushuang's expression changed fiercely. The moon-picking skill is actually a space-time type secret skill. Jian Wushuang was surprised. It should be known that what he had comprehended was the space-time doctrine. Hence, his ability to detect the power of space-time was naturally high. As he absorbed the memories of inheritance, he could feel clearly that the moon-picking skill involved power of space-time. The moon-picking skill was an extremely advanced and frightening space-time type secret skill. Hence, it could be said to be a remarkable ability. However, it was unusual that such a secret skill did not require one to comprehend the power of space-time at all. Instead, one only required a great amount of ancient god power to use it. How exquisite! As Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, his consciousness could not help but enter a state of comprehension. As he absorbed the memories of inheritance, he also used them to learn the secret skill, and from there he comprehended the space-time doctrine as well. After all, such an advanced space-time secret skill would involve an extremely huge amount of power of space-time. Moreover, these were all things that Jian Wushuang could comprehend. Time passed by. In a flash, 10 years had passed. The inheritance of the moon-picking skill had come to an end. As for Jian Wushuang, not only did he learn the complete method to use the moon-picking skill, his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine had also increased greatly. If I'm not wrong, my comprehension of the space-time doctrine has already achieved the standards needed to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace. Jian Wushuang giggled. Aha! Chapter 1642. Returning to Thunderbolt Island. Chapter 1642. Returning to Thunderbolt Island. Originally, Jian Wushuang had only wanted to inherit the moon-picking skill fully. However, during the process of inheriting it, his level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine had also increased greatly, and it could be said to be an unexpected gain. I have already obtained the ancient god clan's 4 unique skills and 3 secret skills. Moreover, I have also made a breakthrough to real God. Thus, I have achieved all my objectives for coming to the ancient god sanctuary, and it's about time for me to leave. Jian Wushuang stood up as he laughed. Although he possessed the bloodline of an ancient god and a human being at the same time, he had been living in human territories ever since he was young. Hence, he naturally had a greater sense of belonging in human territories. For his trip to the ancient god sanctuary, it was merely for the unique skills and secret skills. Since he had achieved his objectives, he naturally had to leave. After walking out of the Palace of Inheritance, Jian Wushuang bid farewell to King Gutong, King Guyu, and the rest of the people he was familiar with. After finding out that Jian Wushuang was about to leave, King Gutong, King Guyu, and the rest of the people who he was familiar with were not surprised. In no time, Jian Wushuang settled everything that he needed to settle in the lineage of ancient gods. After that, he left the ancient god sanctuary and headed to the human territories. Hall Master Yuan, I have already left the ancient god sanctuary. Also, I have made a breakthrough to real God. Jian Wushuang informed Hall Master Yuan of what had happened. You made a breakthrough already? So quickly? Hall Master Yuan was surprised at first. After that, he became delighted. That's great. Jian Wushuang, now, do you plan to return to the lineage of Star or go to the Thunderbolt Island? I should be going to the Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang said. As he had just made a breakthrough, his abilities were in the eruption stage. Thus, he would benefit greatly if he were to go to the Thunderbolt Island to train at this stage. Since that's the case, please be careful during your journey, Hall Master Yuan warned. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. A huge amount of time was required to return to the Thunderbolt Island from the ancient god island. However, the good thing was that after coming out of the ancient god sanctuary, no one had their eyes on him. As such, his journey was quite a smooth one. Thunderbolt Island, the Sanctuary Alliance's base. After returning to the Thunderbolt Island, Jian Wushuang went to the Fairy Palace immediately. Old Snake. Jian Wushuang was standing in front of a black-skinned old man who was wearing a simple hemp garment. The black-skinned old man was called Old Snake, the person in charge of the Fairy Palace. Jian Wushuang, I have not seen you for some time. Oh, you have made a breakthrough to real God? Old Snake was looking at Jian Wushuang, and he could tell with a glance that Jian Wushuang had made a breakthrough to real God. I am lucky to have made a breakthrough, Jian Wushuang laughed. An inverse cultivator at the level of a real God. Although you have just made a breakthrough. From the looks of it, the Sanctuary Alliance will have an additional top expert who is able to compete against the Almighty soon. Old Snake chuckled. This time around, you wish to enter the Fairy Palace, right? Reincarnation Fairy Palace and Space-Time Fairy Palace. How many years do you wish to comprehend inside either of them for? There is still 40 years of training time remaining in each of the 2 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy that I have, so I shall use up all of them, Jian Wushuang said. In the past, he would go to the Fairy Palace to comprehend every few years, and he would comprehend for 10 years every time. However, at that moment, he had just made a breakthrough in his realm. Hence, the longer he could stay in the Fairy Palace to comprehend, the better it would be. The old snake waved his hands toward Jian Wushuang's 2 tokens of the Fairy Palace's legacy. You may go in. Jian Wushuang entered the Reincarnation Fairy Palace first. In a vast starlit sky, there was a total of 27 picture scrolls which were filled with secrets. Among the 27 picture scrolls, Jian Wushuang had finished comprehending the 10th picture scroll previously. However, when he was merely a universe god back then, his abilities had achieved the maximum possible level, and he was unable to raise them any further. Thus, his level of comprehension of the power of Heaven Wei had naturally stagnated. As such, he could only stop comprehending. However, at that very moment, it was different. In the realm of real gods, there were no limits to the abilities one could have. For example, if a void real god were extremely talented and also had great opportunities, his comprehension of the Heaven Way could absolutely achieve the standards to clear the 5th level, or even the 6th level of the Doctrine Palace. Of course, there would not be any normal void real god who could achieve that stage. After all, if his comprehension of the Heaven Way had already achieved such a stage, he would have been able to make a breakthrough to eternal real God a long time ago. Let's begin. Jian Wushuang started to comprehend immediately. As Jian Wushuang comprehended, he realized that after making a breakthrough to real God, his ability to sense the power of Heaven Way had risen greatly. When he was only a universe god back then, with the aid of the 27 picture scrolls in the Reincarnation Fairy Palace, as well as the wonderful guidance from the Fairy Palace, His comprehension speed was already extremely shocking. At that moment, he had become a real god. Thus, his comprehension speed had become many times faster as compared to before. It's too fast. This comprehension speed is too fast. Jian Wushuang clenched both his fists tightly, and he was extremely delighted. With such a shocking comprehension speed, in just 2 years' time, Jian Wushuang comprehended the 11th picture scroll completely. After that, he used another 7 years' time to fully comprehend the 12th picture scroll. After comprehending the 12th picture scroll fully, it meant that Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine had achieved the standards needed to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace. Moreover, he was still left with 31 years of time. Continue. Jian Wushuang suppressed his happiness and continued to comprehend. However, the power of Heaven Way would become more complicated the more one comprehended it. As such, it would naturally become more difficult to comprehend. It was still all right for the first 12 picture scrolls. However, when Jian Wushuang reached the 13th picture scroll, his comprehension speed was obviously slower. In the blink of an eye, 40 years had passed, and Jian Wushuang could only leave the Reincarnation Fairy Palace. During the 40 years of the 27 picture scrolls in the Reincarnation Fairy Palace, I fully comprehended the 13th picture scroll, and I'm even close to 90% of the 14th picture scroll. This is already considered not too bad. Jian Wushuang was satisfied. After all, if he were to rely on his own abilities to train, it would be unknown as to how many years it would take for him to achieve such a level in his comprehension of the reincarnation doctrine. However, the reincarnation doctrine served as his shortcut, and he only spent a short 40 years. Next, it's time for the Space-Time Fairy Palace. While wearing a smile, Jian Wushuang entered the Space-Time Fairy Palace immediately. Similarly, he could comprehend for 40 years in the Space-Time Fairy Palace. Moreover, his comprehension of the space-time doctrine was at a higher level than the reincarnation doctrine, and it could already clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace a long time ago. For the 40 years, Jian Wushuang comprehended thoroughly. After 40 years of the 27 picture scrolls in the Space-Time Fairy Palace, he had fully comprehended the first 14 picture scrolls, and he was also about to be done with the 15th picture scroll. Just a little bit more, and I will be able to comprehend the 15th picture scroll fully. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the Space-Time Fairy Palace, he was a bit dissatisfied. He felt that if he were to stay in the space-time doctrine for another short period of time, maybe about 4 to 5 years, he would be able to comprehend the 15th picture scroll fully. It should be known that as long as he comprehended the 15th picture scroll fully, he would be able to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. By clearing the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace, he would be able to obtain the right to stay in Thunderbolt Island permanently. Moreover, this was something that many chaotic real gods were unable to achieve. In addition, there would also be a very huge meaning in Jian Wushuang clearing the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace using his space-time doctrine. Chapter 1643. Just a little bit more. Chapter 1643. Just a little bit more. At its highest level, I can unleash thousands upon thousands of shadows when I use my martial art motion, Flowing Light Phantom. Moreover, there is a very high requirement in terms of the level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine in order to achieve such a level. To achieve such a level, the minimum requirement is to be able to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. In other words, as long as I can comprehend the 15th picture scroll in the Space-Time Fairy Palace completely, I can unleash the power of Flowing Light Phantom when it is at its highest possible realm. By then, my ability to stay alive will rise exponentially. Jian Wushuang was clenching both his fists tightly. The creator of the secret skill Flowing Light Phantom is an extremely powerful chaotic real god. In spite of that, the chaotic real god's level of comprehension of the space-time doctrine was only at the level that was enough to clear the 5th level of the Doctrine Palace. However, During his generation, when he used his martial art motion, he was recognized as the number one among the real gods in terms of martial art motion. From this, it could be seen how impressive his martial art motion was. Thus, if Jian Wushuang's level of comprehension were to achieve that level where he was able to unleash the flowing light phantom's power at its final stage, his martial art motion still might not be recognized as the number one among real gods. However, he would rank at least 10th among the real gods. With that, not only would his abilities rise greatly, most importantly, his ability to stay alive would be greater as well. It was a pity that after comprehending in the space-time fairy palace for 40 years, he was still a very small step away from comprehending the 15th picture scroll fully. No matter what, I have to be able to unleash the power of the final stage of the flowing light phantom secret skill. Hence, I have to think of a way to enter the space-time fairy palace again to train for a period of time. As for the way, Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes slightly. There was still a long time before the Sanctuary Alliance would give out the token of the fairy palace's legacy again. Moreover, Jian Wushuang definitely could not afford to wait. It was also impossible for the lineage of Star to help him get another token of the fairy palace's legacy. Since that was the case, he could only rely on himself. With his abilities, there was only one way for him to obtain comprehension time in the fairy palace: betting on a match. Thunderbolt Island, fighting space. When Jian Wushuang came to the fighting space, the two experts who were fighting an intense battle had just completed their battle. Real God Emotion, thank you for letting me win. The voice of an old man with fluttering white hair resounded across the area. You are merely lucky. After giving a cold hum, Emotion left straight away. As for Jian Wushuang, he stepped into the fighting space immediately. The old man with fluttering white hair saw the arrival of Jian Wushuang. After that, his expression changed, and he laughed. Jian Wushuang, could it be that you wish to duel with me as well? I have come to bet on a match. Jian Wushuang came in front of the old man with fluttering white hair. What do you wish to bet? The old man with fluttering white hair asked. I still have more than 1,000 years of training time in the Thunderbolt Island. Hence, I will use my 1,000 years of training time, as well as 100 doctrine gems as my stakes. As for what I want, it is 10 years of training time in the fairy palace, Jian Wushuang said. As soon as his words left his mouth, the old man with fluttering white hair was shocked. 1,000 years of training time in the Thunderbolt Island was considered nothing. As long as one was an eternal real god, he would be able to train in the Thunderbolt Island for 3,000 years every 100,000 years. Thus, the training time in the Thunderbolt Island was not considered very precious. However, 100 doctrine gems were worth quite a lot. After all, by adding all the treasures and belongings of a normal eternal real god, they only amounted to about 10 to 20 doctrine gems. Under normal circumstances, 100 doctrine gems could represent all the treasures and belongings of a top eternal real god. As Jian Wushuang had killed tens of real gods in one go in the Burning Demon region back then, and he had obtained many treasures, by adding real god Shirju's treasures and belongings on top of that, he could fork out 100 doctrine gems. However, that was the best that he could do. Your stakes are very attractive. However, it's a pity that I do not even have a token of the fairy palace's legacy and hence training time in the fairy palace. Therefore, I am unable to give you what you want. The old man with fluttering white hair waved his hands and was about to leave. Access web novel. Live if you like watching manga, comics. Jian Wushuang did not stop him. Instead, his eyes looked around the surrounding, and he said heartily, Everyone present here, if any one of you is able to fork out 10 years of training time in the fairy palace, please step forward. After talking, Jian Wushuang stayed within the fighting space and closed his eyes. It was obvious that he planned to wait for someone to bet a match with him. The stakes that he had proposed were indeed attractive, and he believed that a number of people would be interested. As expected, after a number of real gods in the fighting space heard Jian Wushuang's words. They became restless. 100 doctrine gems. This Jian Wushuang is really rich and arrogant. Of course, he is the apple of the lineage of Star's Eye. What a pity. What he wants is training time in the fairy palace. Although there are many experts in the Thunderbolt Island, there are not many people with a token of the fairy palace's legacy. At the very least, I do not have it. A number of real gods felt that it was a pity. Although they were interested in Jian Wushuang's stakes and were confident that they possessed the abilities to defeat Jian Wushuang, they did not possess the item that Jian Wushuang wanted. However, although they did not have it, they informed some experts who possessed training time in the fairy palace at once. In the Thunderbolt Island, there were special secret patterns carved on the roof of an exquisite attic. At that very moment, there was a purple-armored handsome man sitting down with his legs crossed over there. The handsome man was real god Tianming of the Four-Symbol Mansion. Real god Tianming's expression changed, and he opened his eyes. Jian Wushuang is betting on a match. The stakes are 1,000 years of training time in the Thunderbolt Island, as well as 100 doctrine gems, and he only wants 10 years of training time in the fairy palace. He offered 100 doctrine gems right away. This Jian Wushuang is really liberal with his wealth. Real god Tianming was muttering to himself. At the next moment, he got up and headed to the fighting space. As soon as he arrived at the wrestling ring that the fighting space was at, real god Tianming saw many other real gods who had arrived as well. There were many real gods, and they amounted to close to 100. Moreover, among those real gods, there were quite a number of them who real god Tianming recognized or were familiar with. Moreover, there were even a few genius experts who possessed the token of the fairy palace's legacy among them. This battle of Jian Wushuang has actually attracted so many people. Real god Tianming raised his eyebrows. However, he calmed down in no time. He knew that Jian Wushuang was not betting on a match with a specific person. Instead, he stood at the fighting space and declared that he would fight with anyone who could fork out 10 years of training time in the fairy palace. This was challenging the huge number of real gods in the Thunderbolt Island. In addition, Jian Wushuang was an inverse cultivator, and he was already extremely special to begin with. As such, when the news spread, it naturally attracted many experts. Qinyu, real god Tianming spoke. Tianming, you have come as well. A void real god turned his head over. How has it been? Is there anyone who has fought with Jian Wushuang? Real god Tianming questioned. Not at the moment, real god Qinyu shook his head. Jian Wushuang wants training time in the fairy palace. However, there are not many people who have the token of the fairy palace's legacy among the people present. Although I have a token of the fairy palace's legacy, I heard that Jian Wushuang has defeated you before. Chapter 1644. Real God Xianfeng. Chapter 1644. Real God Xianfeng. He has indeed defeated me before. Real God Tianming admitted right away. There you have it. Since you are also not his opponent, if I were to bet a match with him, wouldn't I be making myself embarrassed? Moreover, I do not have much training time left in the fairy palace. Real God Qinyu forced a smile. After that, he asked immediately, for you to come again now, could it be that you wish to have a battle with Jian Wushuang again? Real God Tianming shook his head. Jian Wushuang's level of comprehension of the power of Heavenway is extremely high. Although I have improved during the past 2,000 years, he must have improved a lot as well. Hence, I am not confident that I can defeat him. Let us observe the situation first. Yes, you're right. Real God Qinyu nodded his head. At that moment, swoosh, a figure entered the fighting space, and this attracted the attention of many experts in the wrestling ring. It's real God Xianfeng. Qinyu was shocked. It's him. Real God Tianming's eyes squinted. Most of the people in the Thunderbolt Island were eternal real gods, although there were also a few void real gods. There were very few of them. Among the void real gods on the Thunderbolt Island, real god Tianming was considered one of the top gods. However, there were also void real gods who were stronger than him, and one of them was naturally the Monster King. The Monster King of the soaring Heaven King Palace had been recognized as the number one among the void real gods. Thus, real god Tianming's abilities were naturally incomparable to the Monster King's. Apart from the Monster King, the only other void real god in Thunderbolt Island who had made him extremely fearful was real god Xianfeng. Within the fighting space, real god Xianfeng had already appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. 1,000 years of training time in the Thunderbolt Island, as well as 100 doctrine gems. Real god Xianfeng was looking at Jian Wushuang. That's right. Jian Wushuang nodded his head. All right, I have 10 years of training time in the Fairy Palace. Let's get started. Real god Xianfeng had a cold expression, and his hands were already holding his purple saber. As you wish. Jian Wushuang laughed, and the Blood Mountain sword had already appeared in his hands. After that, swoosh, Jian Wushuang's body moved straight away. He did not use his martial art motion. Instead, he only relied on his own speed as well as his comprehension of the space-time doctrine. However, the speed that he unleashed in an instant caused many real gods outside the fighting space to open their eyes wide. This speed, real god Xianfeng was shocked as well. The fourth level. His comprehension of the space-time doctrine has definitely achieved the standard needed to clear the fourth level. Real god Xianfeng's expression turned ugly at once. He knew that Jian Wushuang had defeated real god Tianming before 2,000 years ago. Moreover, with Jian Wushuang's talents, his abilities would definitely be stronger after 2,000 years. However, he did not expect Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the space-time doctrine to be able to achieve the standard needed to clear the fourth level of the Doctrine Palace in just a short 2,000 years. After all, it would be more difficult to comprehend the power of heaven way the more one comprehended it. The fourth level of the Doctrine Palace was equivalent to the standard of a chaotic real god, and it would not be easy to achieve it. For example, a top genius like him had been stuck at the third level for a very long period of time, and he had been unable to achieve the fourth level. However, Jian Wushuang had actually managed to achieve the fourth level so easily. Damn it! Real god Xianfeng gave a cry. When he saw Jian Wushuang's body appearing in front of him, he became vigilant immediately and also held his saber tighter. Swish! Jian Wushuang attacked with his sword straight away. Under the influence of the power of space-time, the stroke was so fast that even the naked eyes of a void real god were unable to capture it. Real god Xianfeng also swung his saber to block the attack immediately. Clang! 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 The both of them fought instantly. Moreover, the battle entered the climax as soon as they fought. If you like reading comics, please visit Webnovel Live. As for the experts outside the fighting space, they could tell with a glance that the battle was completely one-sided. Real god Xianfeng had also comprehended two doctrines at the same time. Moreover, both his doctrines had achieved the peak of the third level, and they were very close to the fourth level. However, even though he was only one small step away, the gap between the power levels was so great that it was shocking. Jian Wushuang did not even need to use his reincarnation doctrine. He relied purely on his comprehension of the space-time doctrine, as well as his own sword principles. Moreover, he did not even unleash his power of space-time fully. However, even with all that, he still managed to completely suppress real god Xianfeng. It's too fast. His speed is really too fast. Can't last any longer. I can't last any longer. Real god Xianfeng was roaring in his mind. Although he did his best to block the attacks and had also used all his tricks, he had only lasted for a short period of time against Jian Wushuang's attacks, and he was defeated in the end. The fighting space had already quieted down completely. Jian Wushuang still stood in his own position, and he was putting the Blood Mountain sword on his hands back into his scabbard slowly. In front of him, real God Xianfeng was staring at him with an extremely grave expression. "Thank you for letting me win," Jian Wushuang chuckled. "As expected of an inverse cultivator, although you have only just become a real god, your comprehension of the space-time doctrine has already achieved the standard needed to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace. You are indeed impressive, and I accept my defeat," real God Xianfeng said with a low voice. After that, he took out a token of the Fairy Palace's legacy, gave Jian Wushuang 10 years of training time, and left. Outside the fighting space, real God Tianming and real God Qinyu was together. Even real God Xianfeng has been defeated. This Jian Wushuang is very strong, real God Qinyu exclaimed in admiration. He has already made a breakthrough to real God. Moreover, his comprehension of the space-time doctrine has already achieved the standard needed to clear the 4th level of the Doctrine Palace. Hence, it's normal for real God Xianfeng to not be his opponent, real God Tianming said. 4th level of the Doctrine Palace, that is the standard of a chaotic real God's comprehension. Since Jian Wushuang is so strong, who would still dare to have a match with him? Real God Qinyu said. "Humph, of course there is someone who would dare to bet a match with him." Real God Tianming's eyes turned cold. "Tianming, you are referring to real God Qin." You looked toward real God Tianming. "There's no rush. I have already sent a message to get him to come here." Real God Tianming laughed coldly. In no time, a figure appeared within the wrestling ring. When that person appeared, many real gods in the wrestling ring looked over immediately. The Monster King. Everyone's eyes turned grave. Even though quite a number of people present were eternal real gods, and the person who came was merely a void real god, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, he was Monster King, the number 1 among the void real gods. "Xianfeng, even you were defeated." The Monster King was still gloomy and evil like before. "I was defeated. There's indeed quite a large gap in our abilities," real God Xianfeng admitted magnanimously. "This will be interesting," the Monster King grinned. However, his eyes turned hazy. Back then, Jian Wushuang left the Thunderbolt Island, and it is unknown as to where he went. Moreover, he left for 2,000 years, and when he returned, he had actually made a breakthrough to real God already? "Monster King, are you here for Jian Wushuang as well?" Real God Xianfeng looked toward the Monster King. "Ha! This Jian Wushuang is an inverse cultivator. Although I have defeated him in the past, he was merely a universe god that time. But now, I wish to see how strong he is after making a breakthrough to real God." The Monster King laughed nonchalantly. "Then you had better be careful and not be careless. If not, you will have to give away your position as the number 1 of the void real gods," real God Xianfeng said.